The air is thick with whispers, digital ghosts in the machine. They feed us fiction till our vision's blurred, you know the scene. Static on the screen, a 24-hour scream, selling us a fractured dream, tearing at the seams. They got us locked in little boxes, picking sides, while the real tide rises and nobody hides. Yo, podiums are burning, bridges turn to ash and dust. They trading rhetoric like bullets, banking on our lack of trust. Got us debating pronouns while the planet starts to rust. Got us obsessed with power, drowning in our own disgust. Politicians playing chess with pawns that look like you and me, selling off the future for a bump in their damn GDP. And what we talking about, the foolishness, the vanity, fighting over AI songs, the height of our insanity. A fake voice on a fake beat gets more rage and more ink than a real bomb dropping on a city while we blink. They engineered the outrage, designed it to divide, so we never look up from our phones to see the coming tide. Oh, can you hear the war drums pounding out a rhythm low? They're marching us to battle for a God we do not know. They want us choosing colors, but our blood all runs the same. Just strangers in a mirror, whispering a different name. I'm praying for the day the sun won't care what shade we are. That we can see the human heart behind the battle scar. Tear down the flags and see the faces before we run out of safe places. I see the babies born into this atmospheric hate. Taught to fear they neighbor before they learn to conjugate. Lines drawn in the sand by hands that never touch the soil, while the working class backbone is bent in endless toil. From Ferguson to Palestine, from Kiev to the Sudan. Listen, it's the same damn story, part of the same damn plan. Keep the people fighting over scraps upon the floor, so they never band together and demand a slice of more. They call it patriotism, tradition, call it pride. I call it ancient venom with a modern place to hide. Skin tone is the uniform they gave us for they war, but the soul inside the flesh is what we should be fighting for. And I'm tired, so tired of singing this eulogy. Oh, can you hear the war drums pounding out a rhythm low? They're marching us to battle for a God we do not know. They want us choosing colors, but our blood all runs the same. Just strangers in a mirror, whispering a different name. I'm praying for the day the sun won't care what shade we are. That we can see the human heart behind the battle scar. Tear down the flags and see the faces before we run out of safe places. What if we looked each other in the eye, past the melanin, past the zip codes and the bank accounts they fence us in? What if our only currency was empathy and grace? What if we found our real reflection in a stranger's face? This ain't a lyric, it's a lifeline that I'm throwing out. This ain't a song, it's the beginning of a different route. I'm a daughter of a struggle, a mother of a dream, to wash away the blood and poison from this bitter stream. So turn the volume down on all the noise they try voice inside you know so well. World War III is knocking. They're at the door. But it's not nation against nation anymore. It's ignorance against wisdom. It's love against the fear. The real war is right here.
Hey y'all, what's up? What's up? What's up? It's your girl Golden, and we are back, y'all, with another live. We're gonna get into our part 2 with our politics that we started yesterday. But a lot of the topics were, very heavy, so it did run a little bit long, and we didn't want to hold y'all for too much. So we decided we would break it up into 2 parts. So we are back today to finish off those topics, and we do have a few new topics that we'll go ahead and share as well. It is 12:35 here p.m. Eastern Time in the United States, in the Carolinas, and the weather is nice today, y'all. The sun is shining, there's no rain, and it's really nice outside. I hope you guys are having an excellent day in whatever respectful time zone you're in, whether it's morning, afternoon, evening, or night. I hope your weather is good, your energy is good, all of the things. Y'all know I got my favorite co-host here with me, my only co-host, Imani, in the building. And so we're going to get into a few things, y'all. And she has some things to say before we start. And I will let y'all know some of the topics we'll go over today in just a minute. But without further ado, let's go ahead and welcome Imani up. What's going on, girl? How you feeling? How you doing? How's the weather?
The weather is really good. It's sunny. It's 5:35 p.m. It's been sunny and warm all day. I've had a quiet day actually. Well, a quiet day playing some music as well and doing some admin stuff that I needed to do. Yeah, I've had a pretty good day. How about yourself? What have you been up to? Mind you, it's early for you, isn't it? It's only half the day gone.
Oh yeah, we would consider it afternoon. So yeah, like 12:35 p.m. Eastern time. That's afternoon. So yeah, it's kind of still early. But no, my day's going good. Typical stuff, girl. Get up in the morning, got to do the things you got to do, and then we come here so we can share and bring some great information and just chop it up, have a good time with everyone. And so I want to go ahead and say thank you to everyone who's listening and is choose to join. Shout out to 1-800 Brick City. Thank you so much for joining and coming in. We seen you were here with us as well yesterday, so we appreciate you coming back. That really means a lot. Mom Star, what's up? Says just dropping in to say hey and hit that like button. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. And it's 6:30 there for you. Okay. All right. Yes. Happy Tuesday to everybody. Whether you are someone who likes to engage in the chat or you just like to just sit back and listen, while doing chores or working or whatever. We really appreciate any engagement, all engagement. Everybody counts, everybody matters, and you are loved and welcome here. Um, and hopefully maybe one day, we all can kick it. You can come in. You don't have to, just stay on the outside. But anyway, Money, you had some things you wanted to say starting off on the live. So I'll let you go ahead and get into that, and then we'll get into our topics.
Yeah, it's a quiet housekeeping day. I mean, it really wasn't any big message. We just want to start like we try and start. We normally do housekeeping, but it seems very quiet on the rest of Western Front, and there's nothing we need to respond to. So, what I'd just like to say to everybody, I hope you have had a good start to your week. And I just wanted to read something today. And today's message is for anyone who's ever wondered, why do people dislike me when I've done nothing but try to be kind? The truth is, kindness is not a contract. Just because you're patient, loving, supportive, and respectful doesn't guarantee you'll receive the same in return. Sometimes your kindness becomes a mirror, and not everyone likes what they see reflected back at them. There are people who may mistake gentleness for weakness. They think that because you're compassionate, you'll tolerate disrespect. They assume that because you don't fight every battle, you won't stand up for yourself. But kindness isn't weakness. Kindness is strength under control. It's having the power to hurt and choosing not to. It's refusing to let life's disappointments turn your life cold, turn your heart cold. Sorry. I also want to remind people that sometimes people don't dislike you because of anything you've done. They dislike the peace you carry because they are battling chaos within themselves. They dislike your confidence because it highlights their insecurity. They dislike your authenticity because it reminds them of all the ways they've abandoned themselves trying to fit in. And here's the important part: don't shrink yourself to make others comfortable. Don't dim your light because someone else refuses to heal. Don't stop being generous because others are suspicious. Don't stop loving because someone else has chosen bitterness. Protect your peace, yes. Set boundaries, absolutely. Walk away when necessary, but don't lose the very qualities that make you who you are. Because your worth isn't determined by how many people approve of you or like you. Your value isn't measured in how many likes, applause, followers, acceptance, or your popularity. You do not need everyone to understand you in order to be valid. You don't need everyone's permission to belong. Be kind, don't get walked over. Be loving, but have boundaries. Be authentic, even if it makes people uncomfortable. And remember this: your light is not the problem. It simply reveals what others may not be ready to confront within themselves. So keep your heart soft, keep your spirit strong, protect your peace, and don't let this world convince you that becoming bitter is the same thing as becoming wise. Because the world doesn't need less kindness, it needs more people brave enough to stay kind even when kindness isn't returned. Don't shrink. Do not harden. Do not lose yourself trying to be understood by people committed to misunderstanding you. Stand in your light anyway. And I want you to stay blessed and have a great rest of the week. And that's my message for today.
That was beautiful, and it couldn't have been better said. Um, what I will just say right before we get into our topics for today, y'all, and move right along, is, we do experience things in life. We do experience things on platforms, and as we, navigate around one another. And sometimes, sometimes life gets the best of us. Emotions and feelings get the best of us. But at the core, we get to decide who we want to be and how we want to be. And we don't always have to be rageful. We don't always have to be mean or nasty, right? It is our choice. It is up to us. But I think the goal is for us to remember at the end of the day, we all are more alike than different than we know. We all have the same needs. We all basically bleed the same. Like, we're more alike than different. So hopefully we can get to a place in life where we all can be united as a people, where we don't fight over differences, where we don't fight each other every single day, where we can respect one another and understand one another and learn one another to move forward better, so the future can be better, not just for us, but for the ones that are even coming up under us, such as the youth and the children. That is the goal. And we see and we know and we feel that right now the world is in a shaky place. So a lot of crazy things going on. And when it comes to, us, when we do our political coverage, unfortunately, sometimes we bring those things to the forefront because I think it's important for us to know, it's important for us to see, so we know how to make a plan to fight against it, survive through it. And so we have a lot of bigger things to focus on than to fighting each other and tearing each other down. And I just hope that we all can get to that place someday soon. And that's all I have as far as my commentary. We're going to go ahead now and give y'all a synopsis of what we'll be talking about. So, y'all know that yesterday's broadcast was, got a little lengthy because, some of the things we had to get into took a little bit more of discussion. But today, we're going to get into the part 2 of the broadcast. So we'll be focusing on a highly targeted, heavy-hitting lineup of breaking global news, social reckonings, and systemic accountability that you may not always see on mainstream media. We'll be kicking off the live with top U.S. and world headlines for June 9th, 2026 from a great platform and channel, Democracy Now!, exposing a dangerous escalation of the fire between Iran and Israel that has left the administration's foreign policy narratives in absolute tatters. Next, the legendary anti-racism educator, Jane Elliott, is going to be showcased on another one of our favorite channels, Reese Waters' platform, to completely shatter the myth of MAGA victimhood, breaking down the deep-seated fear of losing unearned privilege. Then we'll be getting into the legal family walls seem to be collapsing over at Mar-a-Lago. We'll be diving into the latest news reports as far as Donald Trump in absolute crisis mode as Ivanka and Jared face intense internal pushback over their controversial $1.4 billion luxury island deal. All while a fresh wave of January 6th insurrectionists are handed handcuffs. From there, we exposed Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth, we'll see a little bit about that, whose rogue Ivy League bands and wild Apache helicopter stunts over Kid Rock's house have turned the Pentagon into a total culture war circus. And then finally, our focus will shift directly to Capitol Hill, where Black lawmakers are refusing to be intimidated. We'll hear from one of our favorite representatives, Congresswoman Jasmine Crockett. She goes completely scorched on the conversation she completely scorched the conversation with Robert's Supreme Court, calling it out as racist and immoral for systemically dismantling minority voting districts. So the pushback is real. The receipts are on the table, y'all. We know these things are happening and going on, and we're just bringing them to y'all. So if you like, you know how we do. We're going to play a video. We'll make our commentary in between, and we will be meeting y'all in the chat if you want to talk about it as we watch together. So let me go ahead and get our first video up. This will be from Democracy Now! And this is some of the top updates globally, right, when it comes to what's happening in the world. So we're going to get into that. Give me just a second to get everything set up, and we'll meet y'all in the chat.
Welcome to Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, the War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman. President Trump says the United States is nearing a peace agreement with Iran, claiming he's in the final throes of a deal that could be completed within days. It's at least the 37th time since late March Trump has said publicly Iran and the U.S. are closing in on an agreement, or that Tehran is eager to reach a deal. Trump's latest claim came after Israel and Iran halted drone and missile attacks against one another, following the largest escalation since the so-called ceasefire was declared in April. On Monday, Iran's parliament speaker and top negotiator, Mohammad Bagher Ghalibaf, said Iran is responding to U.S. and Israeli violations.
What caused these tensions was that the Americans committed a blatant violation of the ceasefire, both through the naval blockade against the Iranian nation and by violating the agreement made on Lebanon and the ceasefire. The remarks made by the U.S. president about the Memorandum of Understanding contradicted parts that had been agreed to. This showed that they are seeking neither a ceasefire nor dialogue.
In Lebanon, Israeli forces ordered all residents of the coastal city of Tyre and its surrounding suburbs to flee north of the Zahrani River, just hours before it began heavily bombing the area. 5 people were killed, 8 others injured when Israel struck near a Red Cross center in Tyre. 4 of the wounded were paramedics. The attack also damaged a UNESCO World Heritage Site. Lebanon's health ministry reports Israel's killed more than 3,600 people in Lebanon since March 2nd, including 245 children. More than 900 children have been wounded. In Gaza, Israeli forces have reopened border crossings into the besieged Palestinian territory after closing them Sunday in retaliation for Iranian strikes. UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres had urged Israel to immediately reopen the passages, which are the only route for desperately needed humanitarian aid, which Israel severely limits. Meanwhile, Israeli strikes killed at least 7 Palestinians Monday, including a child, as Israel's army pushes the so-called Yellow Line deeper into Gaza. In one attack, an Israeli drone fired at people gathered in Jabalia refugee camp, killing 3. Among the dead, 8-year-old Jad Salman, a young boy whose father Yusuf was seen clutching his son's school bag, saying a final goodbye.
My son is 8 years old. What wrong did he commit? He was leaving his school. He was leaving school. This is his bag with blood on it.
Nigeria's military says it's freed 360 people abducted by Boko Haram in southern Borno in the northeastern part of the country. But villagers in the region say joint U.S.-Nigerian airstrikes killed dozens of civilians during operations in May, when AFRICOM and the Nigerian army claimed they killed 175 so-called terrorists over 3 days. Nigeria is facing a decade-long insurgency in the north, where armed groups have routinely carried out kidnappings for ransom. In California, progressive Los Angeles City Council member Nithya Raman will advance to a November runoff election against incumbent Mayor Karen Bass, who's seeking a second term. A count of mail-in ballots from the June 2nd primary showed Raman surging ahead of former reality TV personality Republican Spencer Pratt. This comes as officials continue to count ballots in the race to succeed California Governor Gavin Newsom with more than 80% tallied. Republican Steve Hilton has a slight lead over Democrat Tom Steyer in a close race for second place. One of them will advance to take on former Biden administration Health and Human Services Secretary Javier Becerra in the general election. On Monday, President Trump repeated his unfounded claim California's elections are rigged, writing on his Truth Social platform, quote, "Not possible for Spencer Pratt to have lost the LA runoffs after the big lead he had. Third world nation," unquote, Trump wrote. More than half of Los Angeles voters are registered Democrats compared to less than 15% who are Republicans. President Trump formally nominated his former personal lawyer, Todd Blanche, to serve as Attorney General. He would succeed Pam Bondi, whom the president fired in April. The nomination comes just weeks after Blanche used his position at the Justice Department to protect Trump, his family, and his business from any IRS investigation connected to tax returns filed before Trump's controversial $10 billion settlement with the IRS. In a statement, Public Citizen co-president Lisa Gilbert wrote, quote, "This is yet another example of Trump assembling a team of henchmen whose primary qualification is doing his own bidding rather than serving the nation to staff the government. Blanche demonstrated his toady qualities throughout his audition for this role and is being awarded with the leading role as a result." An immigrant from the nation of Georgia has died in an ICE, Immigration and Customs Enforcement jail. Mamuka Artmeladze is the 50th person to die in ICE custody since Trump returned to office. The 43-year-old had been jailed at the troubled Wynn Correctional Center in Louisiana for about 4 months when he was found unresponsive. ICE officials have not disclosed further details about his death. He's the second immigrant to die while detained at Wynn Correctional Center in less than 2 months. The facility is operated by the Wynn Parish Sheriff's Office and ICE contractor LaSalle Corrections. A recent inspection of the ICE jail found excessive use of force by guards, poor medical care, and unsanitary conditions. New Jersey Governor Mikey Sherrill conducted an inspection of the Newark ICE jail known as Delaney Hall Monday after previously being denied entry to the jail, where hundreds of immigrants began a hunger and labor strike in May. Governor Sherrill said her visit was closely controlled and limited, and that she was prohibited from speaking to any of the imprisoned immigrants inside. In a statement, Sherrill said the restrictions during the visit continue to raise, quote, "serious questions about the real conditions of the facility and the treatment of those held there," unquote. Sherrill has faced criticism after she deployed New Jersey State Police on protesters outside Delaney Hall, which is run by the for-profit private prison company Geo Group. Mutual aid volunteers have continued to support the families of those detained, even after facing harassment from law enforcement. On Monday, educator and YouTube star Ms. Rachel, known to millions of children around the world, paid a visit to the volunteers as well as the children of parents detained at Delaney Hall. She said on her Instagram, quote, "Met the sweetest children whose hearts are broken. They just want their parents home again," Ms. Rachel said. In related news, President Trump's so-called border czar, Tom Homan, lashed out at Delaney Hall protesters in an interview with Fox News, claiming government surveillance had revealed most of the demonstrators are not from New Jersey.
Look, these are paid protesters. We got facial recognition of people from Portland. They're at Portland riots, and many from the Minnesota. This is a well-planned, established thing they're doing. This isn't homegrown.
In the same interview, so-called border czar Tom Homan also laid out a plan by the Trump administration to deploy a massive surge of federal immigration agents to New York City in retaliation for new legislation recently signed by Governor Kathy Hochul that bans state and local law enforcement from collaborating with ICE and enacts other immigration protections. Homan's announcement came just days before the start of the World Cup this week, with immigration activists leading campaigns nationwide to protect communities amidst an expected rising presence of ICE agents during the soccer tournament. New York City Mayor Zohran Mamdani pushed back against so-called border czar Tom Homan's threats during a press conference with Governor Kathy Hochul Monday, calling for ICE to be abolished and saying, quote, "I believe that ICE raids are cruel, they're inhumane, they do nothing to serve in the interest of public safety," the mayor said. Mamdani also responded to the mounting barriers faced by World Cup fans and soccer players from qualifying nations that are on Trump's travel ban and visa restrictions list.
The World Cup is supposed to be a celebration of the world as a whole, and some of the decisions that we've seen been taken by the federal administration, be it the denial of visas for journalists from certain countries or the rejection of a visa for a coach of a team, as well as single-day visas for specific foreign national teams. This is anathema to what this tournament is supposed to be about. If we cannot even allow the players, the teams, and the journalists covering those teams to come into this city in this country, then it begs a larger question about our commitment to the spirit of this tournament.
A federal judge has ruled against President Trump's $100,000 annual fee on H-1B visa applications, saying it's an unlawful tax. This decision comes days after another federal judge ruled against a Trump administration policy to freeze applications for asylum, green cards, work permits, and other immigration protections for people from 39 countries. And President Trump was loudly booed by basketball fans at Manhattan's Madison Square Garden Monday evening as he attended Game 3 of the NBA Finals between the New York Knicks and the San Antonio Spurs. The unwelcome reception drowned out the singing of the national anthem after a camera showed Trump saluting from a VIP suite surrounded by bulletproof glass.
Whose brush stripes and bright stars through the perilous fights.
Fans reportedly waited outside Madison Square Garden for hours due to a strict security protocol resembling TSA. And Trump's presence prompted the New York police to cancel a watch party outside Madison Square Garden that would have attracted thousands of people. We'll have more on this story later in the broadcast with the nation's sports editor, Dave Zirin. And those are some of the headlines. This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, The War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman in New York, joined by Democracy Now!'s Juan Gonzalez in Chicago. Hi, Juan.
Hi, Amy, and welcome to all of our listeners and viewers across the country and around the world.
Thanks for watching Democracy Now! On YouTube. Subscribe to the channel and turn on notifications to make sure you never miss a video. And for more of our audience-supported journalism, go to democracynow.org, where you can download our news app, sign up for our newsletter, subscribe to the daily podcast, and so much more.
All right, y'all. So that was just a quick rundown of a few of the things that is going on globally, in different countries, different areas, all of the things. And shout out to, and please check out and support platform Democracy Now! What I love about that platform is it's global. They do global reports of what is happening within the, governmental and political structures. And they literally bring to us things that people are dealing with, struggling with all over the globe, because everybody is going through something. But Imani, I'll let you start. What are some of your thoughts and feelings on some of the things that we heard so far? That's in that wrap up.
I could go into the finer points, but I just really want to generally say it's a big, big reminder that behind every political argument, war, there are real human beings trying to survive. You know, we kick off with Iran, Israel, Lebanon, Gaza. You know, whilst leaders are talking about peace agreement, missiles are still flying and families are grieving. And that includes the soldiers that have lost their lives in this pointless war. And I think one of the most heartbreaking moments, it's one of many, was hearing about an 8-year-old child that was killed carrying his school bag. Because while everybody's debating strategy and arguing about whether we even should be in this war or not, it's ordinary people that are paying the ultimate price. It's mothers and fathers of US soldiers who are burying their sons and daughters, and wives and husbands that are grieving. That's both over there, and there are people grieving here. And people need to understand the cost of this war. It's not only monetary, which other people are going to say, which will have an impact on the economy. It's the human cost of this war. And then we get to talk about Nigeria, where hundreds of hostages were rescued from Boko Haram. But civilians also killed during the military operations. And they're raising sometimes what is an uncomfortable question. You know, do African lives and other lives receive the same global attention and compassion as everyone else? And I don't think we realize that whilst this is going on, there are struggles and wars happening elsewhere. And then obviously shifts to the ICE detention, where the 50th person has died in a detention center. That's 50. And, you know, that talks about hunger strikes and the family separation and children who are at home wanting their parents home. And once again, we're forced to look beyond the politics and remember our shared humanity. We can all debate on immigration and policy, but at some point, compassion needs to enter the conversation. And I don't think it is at all. I don't think it is at all within this administration. And then obviously we have the judges pushing back against some of the executive actions, which is about time. And the protest and the booing at the basketball game. But, you know, the headlines are changing, but the underlying question is the same. And this is globally. What type of society do we want to be? Because this wasn't just about news. It was about the fact that war has a human cost. Immigration's got a human face. And justice does require accountability. You know, what is going to happen about these 50 people that have died in detention? Are we going to get all the details? You know, we need to have, you know, we need to really have some compassion. And I'm sure many of us do, but sometimes I don't think we think about the stuff that's going on whilst everybody is going through really hard times. But we must remember there are other people that have been hugely impacted by these decisions. And we can't become so loyal to political parties that we lose our humanity, because there's a mother, there's a father, there's a child, there's a community behind all of this that's happening. And we can never stop seeing people as people. So once again, I say all the time, stay informed, stay human. Let's pray for peace globally. Let's pray for peace. And empathy isn't weakness. It keeps us from becoming the very things that we claim to oppose. That's all I've got to say about this. It's just a very sad news headline. But that is what's going on, and we have to inform people. That's all I've got to say.
Well said, and I agree. And this is what we talk about all the time, whether we're here doing it on the platform or, we have our conversations when we have our conversations personally. Everybody's hurting. Everybody's going through something. Everybody's struggling. And this is a global thing. This is not just a United States thing. This is all over the world. People are feeling as though they are unseen, they are unheard, they are unkept, and no one cares about them. They have to fight and struggle sometimes to eat. They have to fight to struggle just to have a roof over their head or water to drink. Suffering is happening. And one of the things that has meant the most to me since I've started doing this with the political coverage, and it's tapping into a lot of the global coverage, is that we as people have to understand that there is a world and an experience outside of our own. And if we don't take the time to listen or to go out and see what maybe others outside of ourselves and our little bubbles are dealing with as well, then I feel like that we're doing an injustice. It's one thing to always complain about what you're going through, where you're at, your situation. But what about everybody else? They're going through things too. They're suffering too. They're fighting against some of these crazy things too that is happening. I think it's important for us to be fair about that and open our eyes to see that it is a huge, huge world. And everybody, everywhere. Some people may be doing great. They may be fine. A lot of people not doing so good. Not so fine. And I don't know. We can't be sure why. These things tend to continue to happen. But we want, like I said, a brighter tomorrow. So our tomorrow doesn't have to look like our today or our yesterday. And this has been a fight that's been trying to be fought for a very, very long period of time. And some people want to fight it and some people don't. That's okay. But we like to fight it over here. And so when we say that, we know that there are different groups, races, ethnicities of people in different countries, different states, whatever it may be. The goal is unity as a people, not a certain race, as a people. Because at the end of the day, we are all human. But we have to understand one another. We have to get each other's pain and struggles. We have to see where each other come from. We have to be able to accept the fact that certain people may speak a certain type of way. Other people may speak a different type of way. Certain people may think a certain type of way. Certain people may think a different type of way. It goes back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. As far as the things that we allow a society and a system that is evil to put into place to cause chaos, confusion, and division, it has continued to happen for a very, very long period of time. And I don't know if people want, but if you're like me, we want unity, peace, better days, more smiles, more happiness, more laughs, more connection, then we have to understand that there's been things that have been put into place to get us to fight against each other, to get us to not see each other as equal. But we are because we're all the same. We're different. We're beautifully, uniquely different. But at the core, we're the same. And everybody is going through something. You just never know what they're going through. So we can shed a little bit more love, understanding, patience, forgiveness, all of those things. Because times are hard. And they're hard for everyone, not just some. But that is just my thoughts and feelings and opinion on that. We're going to take a quick song break and we will be right back with the next topic. We will be hearing from none other than Jane Elliott. But guess what, y'all? I know things have gotten a little bit heavy and a little bit dark. We'll be bringing this from one of our favorite platforms that we want to shout out and support and recommend, Reese Waters. And like I said, the way he delivers content is amazing work because, he is a comedian. He is also an activist, and he does speak a lot on political matters, civil rights, all of those things. But he does it with a dose of comedy. So we'll lighten up the mood in the room in just a moment after this song break. And we'll get into the coverage from Reese Waters when he's shedding a beautiful light on Jane Elliott and a lot of the things that she had to say, which she always does when it comes to some racial tensions that we have in this country and this world. So we'll do that in just a moment after this song, y'all. Be right back.
Just wage to earn. These are the needs, the bedrock and the base, the sacred ground of the whole human race. But the screaming and selling something cheap, while the real world babies cry themselves to sleep. We are human, blood and bone and soul, with a right to be loved, a right to be made whole. This is our story, this is our sacred song. In the eyes of the Creator is where we all belong. We are human, with more beyond the hate whispers and the loaded dice. We're human, worth more than they can prize. Beyond the hateful whispers and the loaded dice. They're painting pictures twisted and real, teaching our children how they ought to feel. Their values in the label on your shoes, or the filtered life you desperately choose. They magnify the hate, they celebrate the greed and plant a poison, a suffocating weed. We gotta reach our children, pull them from the glow, and show them a beauty that the media don't know. Yo, check the vision, the mission of the television, spitting division, a mental prison. Got the youth chasing likes, addicted to the feed, ignoring the hunger, the fundamental need. They building paper idols on a digital stage, putting our future daughters in a virtual cage. Now we gotta break the cycle, gotta cut the cord. The real word is powerful, mightier than the sword. So we teach them about their history, teach them about their grace, teach them about the power in every single face. We are human, blood and bone and soul, with a right to be loved, a right to be made whole. This is our story, this is our sacred song. In the eyes of the Creator is where we all belong. We are human, worth more than they can prize. Beyond the hateful whispers and the loaded dice. Human, worth more than they can prize. Beyond the hateful whispers and the loaded dice. This a call to action for every mother, father, every single fraction of the community holding it down on the ground. Time to get loud, make a revolutionary sound. Look your child in the eye, tell them that they matter. Tell them their spirit's something that no lie can shatter. Tell them knowledge is the weapon, love is the shield, and the truth is the harvest we gonna grow in this field. Yeah! We are heroes, we are. Teach the children near and far. Let them know their sacred work for every single soul on this a right to live, a gift to get.
All right, y'all, we are back. Thank you so much for rocking with us through that quick song break. So now we're going to go ahead and get into our second topic of the live, y'all. And let me give you just a quick intro into what it's going to be about. You're in for a treat because I'm telling you, this is an amazing content creator. Like I said, if you can, please go over and show some support. Subscribe to the channel, Reese Waters. But he is going to be doing how Reese does in Reese fashion, some commentary with renowned anti-racism educator Jane Elliott, delivering an unflinching teardown of the modern narrative of right-wing grievance politics and MAGA victimhood. Elliott broke down how the loudest voices crying about reverse racism are simply terrified of losing historic systemic advantages, noting that when you are accustomed to privilege, equality feels like oppression. Jane Elliott hits the nail on the head every single time. If you have not seen her before, she's been around. Check her out. Nobody is victimizing the MAGA base. They are just being asked to share the playing field, and their political leaders are weaponizing that fear to maintain power. So, basically, what she is saying at 92 years old is that allies need actual courage. 92-year-old Jane Elliott is still a live wire. She doesn't want people to just call her a hero. She challenges people to have the actual courage to call out racism at their own dinner tables and in their own backyards. So before we get into the video, Imani, did you have anything you want to say before we play some of this content?
No, I think I'll just comment as we go along. We're going to do this in about 3 parts, aren't we? Because it's a lengthier video, but it's good because she's done a lot of work and experiments on and you'll see one of the famous experiments in this video where she asked people to put themselves in another person's shoes. So yeah, I think the video will speak for itself.
I absolutely agree. So without further ado, let's go ahead and get into it. And like I said, y'all, shout out to Reese Waters. If y'all have not checked out his platform, please go check it out. Subscribe to the channel, become a member, and watch some of his content. Really, really dope creator. Professional. But let's get into this video real quick. So let's see what we got here, y'all. We will meet y'all in the chat.
Do you know how obsessed with black people and racism you gotta be to be out here talking about Derek Chauvin in 2026? Do you know how obsessed you gotta be? What, you watched the Kevin Hart roast and decided this was your moment? Shout out to all the subscribers and the members here on the channel. Don't forget to like the video. My name is Reese Waters, and this is Racist of the Week. We expose the stupidity and hypocrisy of discrimination and hopes we could build a more perfect union. And also laugh. As usual, I would like to thank today's sponsor, Racism. And of course, if you have any nominees, you can drop them in the comments. You can email me at admin@reesewaters.com. Well, the good news is that the slush fund is dead. That's good news. No, y'all don't need to file them claims no more. No. Well, you knew when they got all them claims from black people, they were going to kill it. You know they wasn't going to let us have nothing. No, that's the good news. That is the good news. The bad news, y'all know this administration and this president, you know he wasn't done trying to help out his people. A convicted January 6th rioter who later said he regretted his participation in the U.S. Capitol attack has been hired by the Trump administration to work inside a Pentagon office that manages highly classified military operations. Highly classified military operations. But they didn't do the due diligence to see that he had regretted his participation. Yeah, that's the background of this administration, for sure. A young man who pleaded guilty in the January 6, 2021 attack on the U.S. Capitol and apologized for his foolish actions during what he said was without a doubt one of the most embarrassing days in modern American history, now works in the Defense Department. Well, if he's embarrassed, imagine how they gonna look giving him a gig when they read these headlines. Foolish. That was the only accurate thing he said. Elias Irizarry is a qualified, patriotic young professional, and we're proud to have him as a political appointee, said acting Pentagon Press Secretary Joel Valdez. Irizarry was a 19-year-old student at the Citadel Military College in South Carolina at the time of the riot. The Citadel? Ain't that Nancy Mason school? I guess one in, one out. Huh?
This January 6th rioter just landed a counterterrorism job at the Pentagon. During the riot, Elias Irizarry, who was 19 at the time, entered the Capitol by climbing through a broken window while holding a metal pole. Inside, he was photographed in a private conference room before making his way to the rotunda and climbing onto a statue of Ronald Reagan. In 2022, Irizarry pleaded guilty to a misdemeanor trespass charge and was eventually pardoned by President Trump. The job Irizarry was just hired for is in the Special Operations and Low Intensity Conflict Office. His section handles things like embassy security, personnel recovery, and hostage rescue, which requires a top-secret security clearance. The acting Pentagon press secretary has said that Irizarry is a, quote, qualified, patriotic young professional.
Federal prosecutors presented images of Irizarry entering the Capitol through a broken window while he held a metal pole and making his way into a conference room before he entered the rotunda. Irizarry joined the mob for many hours. After he armed himself with a metal pole, he watched as rioters violently assaulted officers who were trying to make their way through the crowd. He then climbed scaffolding to reach the Upper West Terrace and encouraged and directed rioters by excitedly waving rioters up the stairs to gain access to the building, this according to prosecutors in court documents. He pleaded guilty to a misdemeanor charge of entering and remaining in a restricted building or grounds and was sentenced to 14 days behind bars. Irizarry apologized for his actions in a 5-page letter to U.S. District Judge Tanya Chutkin, telling her he had brought great shame upon myself, my family, and unfortunately, my country. All right, maybe a second accurate thing. Maybe a second accurate thing. That was good. I've come to appreciate through all of this how fortunate we are to have a stable government, he wrote. President Trump pardoned Irizarry alongside hundreds of other January 6 defendants on his first day back in office in 2025. Now, you may think that we have already secured just with that evidence enough to bolster a resume that would earn one a position inside the Department of Defense, but no, there's more. When the FBI searched his phone, they discovered a gap of data between January 1st, 2021 and January 8th, 2021, which suggests that Irizarry deleted information from his cell phone pertaining to his involvement on January 6th. The Post reports that DOD staff have raised alarm about Irizarry's appointment and question how anyone convicted in the assault on American democracy could be trusted for such a sensitive role in the U.S. government. They were forced to voice these concerns anonymously because the administration has a reputation for vindictive retribution against anyone who speaks out against regime decisions. You know, like the decision to demonize anybody who says they're against fascism.
Just a heads up, if you're against fascism, the Trump administration apparently now thinks that you're a part of a violent extremist group. This is from the White House's new counterterrorism strategy document that was released earlier this month. You can find this part on page 5, literally from the official whitehouse.gov website. Under the current 3 major types of terror groups, it explicitly lists violent left-wing extremists, including anarchists and anti-fascists. Anti-fascists, as in against fascism. Pause for a second and think about how truly, genuinely insane that is. This is a national security document signed by President Trump, and it reads more like a conspiracy theorist boomer's 2 a.m. all caps Facebook rant about Antifa and the woke agenda. Just to reiterate that, if you are against fascism, your own government now classifies you as a terror threat. And before anyone twists this, obviously violence is bad, but most normal people are anti-fascist. World War II was literally fought against fascism. And the craziest part is how vague this is. Because what actually counts as anti-fascist in this context? Is it someone protesting, someone organizing, someone criticizing fascism online? Which, by the way, are all rights protected by the Constitution. We should all be concerned about this because vague labels like this can be used against pretty much anyone. And historically, once governments start labeling people who speak out as threats, it becomes way easier to justify surveillance, censorship, crackdowns, all of it. Funnily enough, it makes no mention of far-right extremist groups. I wonder why that is. This is deeply, deeply disturbing. And regardless of your politics, this should concern you. Because once this kind of rhetoric starts being normalized, things can get bad very quickly.
But this is how they move. Right. Okay. Now, this is coming to light the very same week that we see Bill Pulte, with no experience in intelligence, being tabbed to head the DNI. This is part and parcel and par for the course when it comes to this administration. But it's not just his lack of qualifications for this job. It is how different transgressions are treated. So this man was convicted of an assault on our Capitol, on our government, and gets a job at the Department of Defense. Had the president trying to secure a slush fund so he could put money in their pockets. And when he couldn't do that, gave them a gig. And what was that fund called? It was an anti-weaponization fund, right? Because these, in fact, are victims. Victims, you say?
Person would be happy to receive the same treatment that our black citizens do in this society. Please stand. You didn't understand the direction. If you white folks want to be treated the way blacks are in this society, stand. Nobody's standing here. That says very plainly that you know what's happening. You know you don't want it for you. I want to know why you're so willing to accept it or to allow it to happen for others.
And shout out to Jane Elliott for that. Posing a question I've posed right here many times. Why don't we evaluate the other side of the tracks now, shall we? Because around the same time as I got that, I received this email from one of our viewers. Mr. Reese, I am Mother Denise in Richland County, South Carolina. Our state's capital county is in real trouble. One of our biggest voices is a black journalist named Javar Juarez. I think sending you this video is probably the best way to understand what is going on. There's no justice, it seems, and our children are furious.
No peace! No justice! No peace!
Today, a Richland County jury found Rick Cho not guilty in the shooting death of 14-year-old Cyrus Carmack Belton, bringing an end to one of the most closely watched criminal trials in South Carolina in recent years.
We lost a child, a 14-year-old boy.
What dollar, bro? What dollar? They took a life for $1.
No justice, no peace. Dead home in 60.
The verdict has immediately sparked outrage. We are here at 7441 Park Lane Road where the shooting occurred, and the outrage has spread across Columbia and across social media, where many residents have expressed grief, anger, and disbelief over the outcome. For nearly 3 years, the question of what happened on that summer evening in June 2023 has weighed heavily on this community. We heard from Representative Jermaine Johnson, candidate for governor, who had this to say.
Hey, y'all, this is Representative Jermaine Johnson. I just released a statement about the verdict that we heard about Rick Child being found not guilty. My son knew Cyrus, they were friends, and this is a sad tragedy that happened to a kid. This all could have been avoided had Mr. Child just stayed in his store and notified law enforcement, but unfortunately he didn't, and now we have a 14-year-old who does not get to learn from her mistakes, does not get to grow up. Praying for young Cyrus and praying for the family, and let's just support the family.
Following the decision, family attorney and South Carolina House Minority Leader Todd Rutherford delivered remarks that captured the pain many in the community are feeling tonight.
What's clear is that Black people in 2026 have a long way to go. The question kept coming up, why does a 14-year-old need a gun? The question was answered when he was shot dead in the streets 130 yards from the store where he did absolutely nothing wrong. The question was answered when this jury found him not guilty today. The question was answered because a child, a 14-year-old child shot dead in Richland County, got no justice.
Now, Mother Denise, thank you so much for your email. And I did, in fact, look into what was going on. We do not accept it. Family reacts to acquittal in fatal shooting of 14-year-old Cyrus Carmack Belton. The family of Cyrus Carmack Belton expressed their indignation towards a South Carolina jury's decision on Tuesday to acquit Chicky Rick Chow in the 2023 fatal shooting of the black 14-year-old. Yesterday, a jury watched our 14-year-old boy run away from two grown men on video. They knew one of them shot him in the back, and they still said no one is to blame, the family said in a statement released to ABC News. We are heartbroken. We do not accept it. Cyrus stole nothing. He was a child, and he was running for his life. Our son, capital on our government.
All right, y'all. So we're going to just stop it right there to take a quick commentary break in between. Shout out to Reese Waters. I love Reese Waters. And Jane Elliott, who says it, tells it like it is, okay? Just even there, that last part, they literally were talking about a 14-year-old black boy that was being chased by Caucasian individuals and running for his life, right? And you know we cover history over here, y'all. Black history, all history, but mostly black history. To me, that reminds me of something that happened to Emmett Till. So when we say the things that we say, that history seems to be continuing to repeat itself. We're not saying those things for no reason. The proof is in the offenses. The proof is in the fatalities, right? So that's, I have more that I could say, but I can't. So I'm just going to stop it there. Imani, do you have any thoughts and feelings and opinions on this?
First and foremost, I'd like to say RIP to the young man and his family. You know, a 14-year-old life lost, a waste of a young life, shot in the back. I'm going to go back to what he was talking about earlier. He talks about the defense of Derek Chauvin in 2026. And I think what he's talking about, what he's referring to, is they had a moment of silence in Minnesota. This was, I think, some of the police and others. A moment of silence for Derek Chauvin, who unalived George Floyd. They had a moment of silence. I think it was on the same day as the anniversary of George Floyd's death. Yeah, this is what they did. And then you also have, on top of that, a compensation fund which has been stopped, that was created for the victims of that were prosecuted for invading the Capitol, invading the government on January the 6th. Now, the key thing that people probably don't understand about people that receive pardons, in order to receive a pardon, you actually have to admit guilt. So this young man that invaded the Capitol has now a high security clearance job. Yeah. Now, in any other administration with any other race, be it Hispanic, be it Black, be it Asian, could anybody see someone that admitted that they invaded the government, they were part of a riot, getting a high security cleared job at the Pentagon? Because what this says, who gets grace and forgiveness and justice and second chances? Who? Who is entitled to it? The other thing that is very key is that they're labeling people who are anti-fascists, against fascism, which is what the World War II was fought against, which many people, many of us have relatives who fought. Some we lost in that war, other families of all races. And now these people who are fighting fascism are labelled as terrorists. However, the Oath Keepers and the Proud Boys, they're not labelled under those groups that are a danger to the government. In fact, I was listening to Brian Tyler Cohen, who's another media alternative media person. He's on YouTube. He is on that list of government enemies, simply for reporting what's going on. People need to sit up and wake up, as well as stealing from your pockets for a war that's not needed, as well as stealing from your pockets to give tax breaks to the 1% who don't need it, as well as people suffering from inflation, as well as people dying in ICE custody. This government is making the people their enemy. And they're the poorest people. They're not the rich, the wealthy, and those that have the have-alls. They're the poor people. This is an attack, not only on racists, it's an attack, as I said, on people, the poor and the needy. They're taking away healthcare, they're taking away food stamps for people that need it. People need to wake up. And I think it was interesting. One last thing I'll say. I think it was interesting, Jane Elliott's question, to ask people to stand up if they would like to be treated. At least she's done this experiment many times. She's done it with blue eyes and brown eyes as well. And she said blue eyes were the higher character, and saw how people treated, no, I think she said brown eyes were the superior character, and she saw how people were treating people with brown eyes versus people with blue eyes. The same as asking people to stand up if they wish to be treated, like many people have been treated in this country and other countries for years. It was key. Nobody stood up in that group of Caucasian people. Nobody stood up, which means you know that it's unfair. That's all I got to say, because the other thing that I'd like to point out is this is what we talk about when we talk about allies. This woman has studied. She tries to educate people. She's been banned from many states for trying to teach some of the stuff that she teaches the children. Not only the children, the students. There are many states that have banned her teaching. But yeah, and obviously the tragedy that happened, a 14-year-old loses his life for no reason other than returning water bottles, and he hadn't stolen anything. And the fact that someone was acquitted of that. I can't say any more really. It's too much sometimes.
I understand how you feel, because it's literally why sometimes I just go ahead and I have to stop myself from speaking in the way that I want to, with the level of energy that I want to, because it is very frustrating. And if you watch it and you study it and you live it and you experience it and you see it day after day, decade after decade, it really can kind of cause, a little bit of outrage that I think is to be understood and warranted. So sometimes, me, world, I have to just say a few things and keep it pushing, and that is exactly what we're going to do. Let's continue with the rest of this commentary from Reese Waters, and we will be back in 10 minutes for another commentary break.
And gets a job at the Department of Defense. Had the president trying to secure a slush fund so he could put money in their pockets. And when he couldn't do that, gave them a gig. And what was that fund called? It was an anti-weaponization fund, right? Because these, in fact, are victims. Victims, you say?
Person would be happy to receive the same treatment that our black citizens do in this society. Please stand. You didn't understand the direction. If you white folks want to be treated the way blacks are in this society, stand. Nobody's standing here. That says very plainly that you know what's happening. You know you don't want it for you. I want to know why you're so willing to accept it or to allow it to happen for others.
And shout out to Jane Elliott for that. Posing a question I've posed right here many times. Why don't we evaluate the other side of the tracks now, shall we? Because around the same time as I got that, I received this email from one of our viewers. Mr. Reese, I am Mother Denise in Richland County, South Carolina. Our state's capital county is in real trouble. One of our biggest voices is a black journalist named Javar Juarez. I think sending you this video is probably the best way to understand what is going on. There's no justice, it seems, and our children are furious.
No justice, no peace. No justice, no peace.
Today, a Richland County jury found Rick Cho not guilty in the shooting death of 14-year-old Cyrus Carmack Belton, bringing an end to one of the most closely watched criminal trials in South Carolina in recent years.
We lost a child
Of a 14-year-old boy.
What dollar, bro? What dollar? They took a life for $1.
No justice, no peace. Dead homie, 60.
The verdict has immediately sparked outrage. We are here at 7441 Park Lane Road where the shooting occurred, and the outrage has spread across Columbia and across social media, where many residents have expressed grief, anger, and disbelief over the outcome. For nearly 3 years, the question of what happened on that summer evening in June 2023 has weighed heavily on this community. We heard from Representative Jermaine Johnson, candidate for governor, who had this to say.
Hey, y'all, this is Representative Jermaine Johnson. I just released a statement about the verdict that we heard about Rick Child being found not guilty. My son knew Cyrus. They were friends. And this is a sad tragedy that happened to a kid. This all could have been avoided had Mr. Child just stayed in his store and notified law enforcement. But unfortunately, he didn't. And now we have a 14-year-old who does not get to learn from his mistakes, does not get to grow up. Praying for young Cyrus and praying for the family. And let's just support the family.
Following the decision, family attorney and South Carolina House Minority Leader Todd Rutherford delivered remarks that captured the pain many in the community are feeling tonight.
What's clear is that Black people in 2026 have a long way to go. The question kept coming up, why does a 14-year-old need a gun? The question was answered when he was shot dead in the streets 130 yards from the store where he did absolutely nothing wrong. The question was answered when this jury found him not guilty today. The question was answered because a child, a 14-year-old child shot dead in Richland County, got no justice.
Now, Mother Denise, thank you so much for your email. And I did, in fact, look into what was going on. We do not accept it. Family reacts to acquittal in fatal shooting of 14-year-old Cyrus Carmack Belton. The family of Cyrus Carmack Belton expressed their indignation towards a South Carolina jury's decision on Tuesday to acquit Chicky Rick Chow in the 2023 fatal shooting of the Black 14-year-old. Yesterday, a jury watched our 14-year-old boy run away from two grown men on video. They knew one of them shot him in the back, and they still said no one is to blame, the family said in a statement released to ABC News. We are heartbroken. We do not accept it. Cyrus stole nothing. He was a child, and he was running for his life. Our son mattered. Chow, a 61-year-old store owner, shot the 14-year-old in the back outside his Columbia, South Carolina store in May 2023. He and his son were seen chasing Carmack Belton outside the store in video, leading to the incident. Chow was charged with murder and denied bond multiple times before his acquittal.
All right, y'all. So real quick, I got something I want to go ahead and show you. In response and in connection to what we just heard there just now. So let's go ahead and play this short clip, and then we'll get back to the conversation with Reese Waters. But I wanted you to see this clip real quick. Give me just a second to pull it up, because I want y'all to see exactly what it is on the other side. We hear about, the stories of the complaint, but I want you to hear about the mindset of the individuals who are committing these crimes and these rageful acts towards certain people of a certain class, race, whatever you want to call it. Let's get into this next clip. All right, y'all. So let's go ahead and pull this up here. Now, this is from someone that I listen to as well. And typically it comes to comedy, but unfortunately, sometimes we got to get real. Despite the fact whether you may be a comedian or not, everything is not fun and jokes. A lot of things are very serious, right? And so shout out to Godfrey, one of my favorite comedians. Excellent impersonator, but he's not impersonating anything today on this video that I'm going to show y'all. He is being exactly who he is, a black man, and addressing an Asian man. And listen to how the Asian man speaks and what he thinks and the encounter and the problem that happened before he had the response that he did. And listen to how Godfrey handles that. Real quick, not too long. Can y'all hear me? Is there sound or no sound? Okay, you can hear it? Okay. All right, hold on. Let me restart. I'm sorry. So it must have been doing something strange. StreamYard and all of these things have been acting pretty crazy. Let's start it over from the beginning. Hold on. Okay, I figured it out, y'all. I had two links open. My bad. So I got the right link here. Okay. Give me just a second. I got the right one now. I was playing the yellow one, but that's not the one I had pulled up. I got the right one. Let's go ahead and get into it.
So this Asian man is going viral because he decided to do a rant about Black people not wanting Asian businesses in their neighborhoods. 14-year-old boy was just shot for no reason. And the man that did it is Ricky Chow or whatever. There's other footage of him fighting Black kids and harassing Black kids, and he shot at Black people before.
New information about 2 prior incidents where Chow reportedly shot at his customers. The latest one happening in 2018 when Chow shot at a customer that assaulted him. Before that, in 2015, Chow reportedly shot at another customer he suspected of stealing. Chow says that customer left the gas station threatening him. Chow then ran behind him and shot at that individual's car 6 times.
So this guy has had a habit of doing this to Black people in South Carolina. So we want to boycott this specific store because he killed somebody's son for no reason over a bottle of water. And they're very disrespectful. What we want to do is boycott people who treat us like shit. We didn't paint a whole picture and say, all you Asian motherfuckers get out of our neighborhoods. We didn't say that, but you made a general picture about us Black people, and that lets me know you ain't shit. You're a bozo because you go, oh, we'll take away the liquor. This is what you said.
I love when the Black community says, let's boycott Asian businesses. Please do. We'll get rid of the Chinese takeout.
Yeah, take the Chinese takeout out. That's whack anyway. You serve us bullshit. GMO, all that. We get fat and get diseased off of your dirty food anyway, because the food that's in the hood is not good for the Black people. There is good Chinese food, but the shit you serve is usually trash. All right.
The dry cleaners.
We'll be fine. A Black man invented dry cleaning anyway. We'll be fine with the dry cleaning. We will find another place to get our dry cleaning at.
The laundromats.
We'll be fine with that.
Let's get rid of the liquor stores as well.
We don't need liquor. See? All the things, a lot of stuff you were naming is that has been killing us anyway. So we need to change up our anyway. Liquor. I don't even drink anyway. And a lot of people should stop drinking liquor anyway. So shame on you for that.
Get rid of the Jordans you guys wear, the Nikes you wear.
Michael Jordan, he's not Asian. He's a Black dude. Okay. And I think that he can go somewhere else to get his shoes made. All right.
The shower caps.
Please, out of here with that.
The Hyundais, all your car electricians.
That's Japanese. There's no Japanese in the black neighborhoods anyway. And you said car electronics. Listen, there's certain things, of course, a lot of stuff made in Asia. That's fine. But guess what else? Asians do. Copy black culture. That's what you do. So you should stay the fuck out of black culture too, sir. And then you say,
a lot of us do go to college. You're being outworked by immigrants who barely speak English. And you're not embarrassed?
Black women have the highest degrees in America. Black people go to college too. And you had the nerve to say,
go to the bank, start your own businesses, and deal with your own people.
You know how many black people try to get loans, try to get money for businesses, and banks are so racist they don't give it to black people? You jack. And by the way, the reason why you guys have the right to come into black neighborhoods to open stores is because white folks didn't want you in their neighborhoods, so they sent you to the black community. And you said,
we have our own Chinatown, we have our own Koreatown. You think we really need you guys to benefit off and make money?
Chinatown was a ghetto where they put Chinese people in a certain area. Of course, you guys worked hard and built it up. That's facts. But it was a ghetto because they didn't like you. They had anti-Chinese laws against you. They did. White folks shit on Chinese people, Asian people in general. Japanese in internment camps, they shit on Koreans. So all of this shit you talking, you better know your history, buddy. So the reason why your is even in here to open your mouth on that phone is because of the Civil Rights Bill in 1964. Did you know that? Off of Black American sweat is the reason why Asians can come in here and do what they do. Arabs can come in here and do what they do. Even Africans can come here and do what they do because of Black American hard work and sweat that they are disrespected for, sir. So your little rant was bullshit. It was a circus of word salad and because you don't know your goddamn history because you're a racist piece of shit. While we're talking about specifically boycotting one particular man because he has had a record of shit on black people. He doesn't give a fuck about black people and has the nerve to want black people's money. So yeah, we will boycott a lot of shit and we will affect your. So you challenge it. And by the way, I actually give you credit because you were factual on black people still coming to your stores. Because we have been dependent on you. You were actually factual. That's why you had the bravery to open your mouth like that, because we have emboldened you to talk like that to us, because we have so much self-hate in ourselves that we will actually be disrespected and still come in to buy your poisonous weaves that are killing black women and giving them brain tumors. We will come in and get your liquor and all your cigarettes and all that bullshit while you still disrespect us. And this is not saying that every Asian business is like that. It's not that. You painted us in a broad picture. But the funny thing is we don't even think like that. We take people one by one, each business by each business. You painted us as a whole, and you said racist about us because that's how you really feel about us, buddy. But I'm glad you challenged us because you went for a big motherfucking surprise, bro. We're different. You with the wrong black folks, for real. Now take that to the bank.
See, some of y'all, we talk about.
All right, y'all. So I just want to insert that real quick because, like I said on the video that we have been watching here with Reese Waters, and you even hear Jane Elliott, and Jane Elliott is a white woman. A white woman that is speaking on this very thing, has been for most of her career in her life, about how racism is very real and it's very serious. And so I wanted to show y'all that video. That is something that happened recently. And this is what we're talking about, the way individuals switch up, the way they talk to you, the way they really see you as less than, despite the fact that when you may come into their grocery store or their restaurant, they'll smile and take your money. But they'll really feel about you a certain type of way deep down inside. And a lot of times, you never will know it until they get angry. And when they get angry, they'll let you know really how they feel about you. So when we're saying that we have in this society still to this day dealing with similar situations, such as the Emmett Tills back historically, where we see Black teenagers being chased down, run down, gunned down, and beaten down by individuals that don't like them because they are racist. We're not crazy when we say that. When we say that some of these individuals, they'll tolerate you, but they really don't like you. We're not crazy when we say that. And the proof is in the pudding. But anyway, let's get back in with the rest of this video. We got some more topics to cover, so let's go.
Well, that doesn't add up now, does it? Prosecutors allege that Chow acted out of a false belief that Carmack Belton had shoplifted 4 bottles of water from his store. The defense claimed that Chow acted to protect his son after allegedly seeing Carmack Belton point a gun at him. Video obtained by ABC News shows that Carmack Belton returned the bottles of water in question and did not steal anything from the store. A 9mm pistol was found next to Carmack Belton, with prosecutors saying it was in his possession during the chase and had fallen to the ground at some point. So let me get this straight. He didn't shoplift anything. So if I'm going to take the defense at their word, what would have been his reason to point the gun at his son if he didn't take anything? And furthermore, you clearly have video footage and surveillance all throughout the store. And how is it that you have none of him pointing a gun at anyone? But of course, because you say so is enough to get off when Black life is on the line.
If you white folks want to be treated the way blacks are in this society, stand. Nobody's standing here.
Chow, who had a history of shooting at customers, chased down a 14-year-old who hadn't stolen anything, shot him in the back, then had his son lie about having a gun pointed at him. It worked because Black people's lives aren't worth even a $1 water bottle in this country. So if you're one of those people who like to say, well, all lives matter, just know you're lying to yourself and you know it. A history of shooting at customers? The judge suppressed it so they couldn't talk about it in court, but he shot at 2 other people before, so he's paranoid and trigger happy. That's why he killed a kid over a bottle of water he didn't steal. So let me get this straight. He had shot at 2 other people, and that was considered not relevant to this case? That's pretty on the nose here. It's pretty on the nose. But not so much so as grappling with the fact that Cyrus lost his life because you say, and there is absolutely no accountability. But we want to victimize the people that attacked the capital of these United States. That's right. A whole 5 years older as well. And you wonder why we had to take to the streets to assert that our lives mattered. But apparently that wasn't enough. Listen to the moment of silence Minnesota GOP delegates held for Derek Chauvin. You read that right. In 2026, Kendall Qualls, fresh off the endorsement of Republican state delegates this weekend, was forced to brush off questions Monday about one of the first events at the convention Saturday, a moment of silence for Derek Chauvin, the convicted murderer of George Floyd. Christopher Rocco, one of the over 2,000 delegates, called for the 30-second moment of silence for Chauvin, who was convicted of murdering George Floyd in 2020 after kneeling on Floyd's neck and back for over 9 minutes in an arrest over a suspected $20 counterfeit bill. Chauvin is still alive and in prison. quote, I apologize because I know you've asked me not to do this. I'd like to suspend the rules for a moment of reflection for Derek Chauvin. He says Chauvin should get a retrial and federal pardon for his related civil rights conviction. And just in case you might have thought that was just one guy, going rogue, State Rep Danny Nadeau, who chaired the convention, corrected him and called for a vote. I said I preferred. I'll tell you what, I'm going to put it to the body. I'm going to let the body vote. If you would like to have a short 30-second stand in silence for Derek Chauvin, all say A. A loud A from the crowd. Opposed, quieter nays. That's right. That's downright Trumpian. Just make sure, if you want to go be out of pocket, make sure you take everybody you can with you. Do you know how obsessed with black people and racism you got to be out here talking about Derek Chauvin in 2026? Do you know how obsessed you got to be? What, you watched the Kevin Hart roast and decided this was your moment? You know how obsessed you have to be. And the level of hustling backwards that this represents, because this man was convicted by a jury of his peers, but you don't respect the verdict, so you want to undermine our criminal justice system out of some attempt to assert your support for police, which apparently knows no bounds since we got the video of him kneeling on George Floyd's neck. So all this stuff about live free and don't tread on me, small government, pushing back against governmental overreach, you're also willing to throw away just to antagonize black people and show how outwardly racist you can truly be. But because this is 2026, it always gets worse. Now, there were some people who thought better of it and tried to back away. Minnesota Republicans distanced themselves from moment of silence for Derek Chauvin at state convention, a moment of silence for Chauvin at the Minnesota Republican Party's endorsement convention Saturday, has party leaders distancing themselves this week after State Attorney General Keith Ellison called it an act of profound cruelty to George Floyd's family. Ah, yes, George Floyd's family. Imagine that. I wouldn't have expected you to consider a black family. I just am pointing out the hypocrisy. Party leadership said it did not support the motion and that it was not a part of the official convention program. According to the statement, the moment of silent prayer was brought forward spontaneously from the convention floor, not proposed by convention chair Danny Nadeau. Party leadership said the moment should not be characterized as an official policy position or platform statement, describing it as a floor action taken by delegates, not leadership. Well, here's the part where you try and back away and disavow just how racist and inhumane this looks. But because that's exactly what it was and was intended to be, even your own people won't allow you to create that distance. We see it with this administration all the time. Minnesota GOP defends Derek Chauvin moment of silence at convention. From House Majority Whip Tom Emmer, it's a sad day in the state of Minnesota when it's so-called news that hundreds of patriotic Minnesotans came together to peacefully and respectfully recognize a member of law enforcement. Now that's interesting. So it's always acceptable to come together and recognize a member of law enforcement. So I would take that to mean that law enforcement is incapable of doing anything that would earn this level of peaceful and respectful recognition, correct? This is just what happens when somebody reaches the rank of law enforcement. So then your recognition isn't actually reflective of his behavior at all, just the fact that he's law enforcement. you're idiots. But there's always more willing to sign up for the Summer Jam screen. Here's Minnesota GOP Alex Plekish, who joined WCCO Radio Monday morning to explain the decision to hold the moment of silence.
We're talking to GOP State Chair Alex Plekish. At one point at the start of this convention, there was a moment of silence for convicted murderer Derek Chauvin, who was convicted of killing George Floyd. As state party chair, what do you think of that?
Well, that came from the body, of course, didn't come from the dais. And the body elected to have that moment of silence. We had maybe 10 seconds or so. There are a lot of people, I think, that believe that Derek Chauvin was improperly convicted and not treated well. And those people wanted to have a moment of silence and recognition because they felt that way.
Do you agree with them?
Well, I don't think I'm going to comment on that. I mean, the court system had its verdict, and I'm not going to challenge the court.
Did you like the fact that a convicted murderer had a moment of silence at your convention?
I don't think I should comment on that.
Why not?
Well, because that indicates whether I do or don't agree with something that came out of the court. So I think I'll just let that pass.
And shout out to host Vanita Soccer for pressing that particular issue. Now, to the point that he made about a lot of people think he was treated unfairly, I have a question.
You know you don't want it for you. I want to know why you're so willing to accept it or to allow it to happen for others.
Any takers? Any takers? It's still pretty quiet out here. We done asked that question multiple, not a single taker. Wow. I mean, the J6ers were victims. Derek Chauvin is a victim, but don't nobody want to trade places. That's crazy. It's like you know just how wrongheaded and inhumane treatments like that of Cyrus Carmack Belton's family or George Floyd's truly is. You know.
There is no gene for racism. There's no gene for bigotry. You're not born a bigot. You have to learn to be a bigot. Anything you learn, you can unlearn. It's time to unlearn our bigotry. It's time to get over this thing, and we best get over it pretty soon.
Now, all was not lost. I do have to give some credit where credit is due down in North Carolina. North Carolina officer fired over video of violent arrest turns himself in to face assault charge. A former North Carolina police officer who was fired over the weekend turned himself in Monday to face a charge in an excessive force investigation after video showed him repeatedly punching a woman during an arrest. Former Shelby police officer Carson Hyder, 22, has been charged with 1 count of assault, inflicting serious injury. He's expected to make his first court appearance Tuesday morning. He was released on a $10,000 secured bond on Monday. Doorbell video appeared to show Hyder punching the woman, 34-year-old Cherry Moore, in the face several times while also wrestling her to the ground. A second officer then tries to intervene at one point. It's not clear what happened before the video begins. Now, I have seen that video. It is particularly nasty. It appeared that the other officer was aware of how out of pocket his partner was and was trying to mitigate the situation. That was just my impression of it. But let's just grapple with the fact that I have to give credit to the authorities in North Carolina for distancing themselves from an officer we saw on video assaulting a woman. Can we grapple with that? Can we grapple with that? I'm just going to brush past how this might have been handled if there was no video and we just have to take their word for it, as in the case of so many. But in this particular instance.
All right, y'all. So we're going to stop it right there for a quick commentary break. And we actually are going to move forward with the next topic. If y'all want to watch the rest of the video, we really encourage you to go over and check out Reese Waters and his channel and his content because he makes really good content where he's just literally pointing out what is real. There's no show. There's no puppet on string. This is just him. He's speaking like he speaks, giving his thoughts, feelings, and opinions, and showing so people can have a visual of exactly what is happening and what's going on, even in current day of 2026. These things are still happening. And what we need to really realize is that when it comes to discrimination, when it comes to racism, when it comes to prejudice, I know that, it typically comes from one particular race, but it doesn't come from all races. And we understand that if it is a energy that you hold and you move and you operate, it is equally as bad, no matter what your race is. We don't care. We don't care about that. We're saying your energy, the way you act, the entitlement that you hold, the things that you do, the things that you say, that is the problem. And if we can't get past that as a group of people being human, then we'll never have a brighter tomorrow. So I just want to make that very clear, right? We call out a lot of things about what Caucasian people do, but there are other races too that also exude racism and prejudice towards people. And I feel as though that needs to be spoken on as well. Imani, you can take the floor.
Yeah, he's asking us to think about who gets called a victim, who gets the benefit of the doubt, who gets justice, who gets remembered, and who gets told to be quiet. And his real message is don't surrender your voice to make other people comfortable. Protect your joy, tell the truth as you see it, and keep showing up, because silence has never been the thing that changed the world. And that is very true. And also stay informed and stay engaged. It's a sad story, but there is hope. There is hope. If people keep speaking out, there's hope. And if people are made accountable for their actions in future, there will be more hope. But it's really, I didn't know about this case. Prior to this, and it's very sad that 14-year-old lost their life, and it's very sad that the family didn't get justice for it. And RIP to the young man, and our thoughts and prayers and condolences go out to the family. That's all I can say about this.
And I just want to bring this to the forefront because I do understand that we all come sometimes from a different background, different cultures. But one of the things that I know to be true that I've seen and witnessed with my own bare eyes, very, very young girl, younger than what I should have witnessed these things, is that there is an operation. There are operations, and we are seeing now who the people in charge of these operations are. And in the city where I grew up, there were a lot of establishments like bodegas, like corner stores, like Chinese restaurants, where you can go, you can shop, you can buy, but they don't like you. And they make it very clear that they don't like you. And a lot of times they go out of their way to hurt and harm you. And I bear witness to that. So when I'm talking about racism, prejudice, hate, I'm not just talking about when it comes to Caucasian people. I'm talking about whatever this deep down resentment that individuals have towards a specific race of people is, that is what we need to fix and clean up. And that is something that has been happening for a very long period of time. And that is something that seems to continue to happen because it is 2026. And we are still seeing news reports, headlines that individuals are doing these type of things to certain races of people. So we have to ask ourselves, is it outrage? Are we being dramatic? Are we just talking, about the same things over and over again? Is it a broken record? I would say it is a broken record because just as much as we spin it and we have to talk and spit on it, we are tired of having to play it because the things continue to happen. And so I don't feel as though These are things that should be overlooked. I feel as though these are things we should pay attention to. And even people talk amongst themselves, and they know that their own people don't like other races of people. They know that. They know that. And I don't know where it comes from. I don't know why it continues to exist and stick around. But it is a thing. It's a thing. Even within their own race, there's hate and prejudice amongst themselves. And then there's hate and prejudice towards others. And what I'm saying is, it is not just Caucasian people. We are talking about a feeling, a energy, a hate that I don't know why people hold it, but they continue to do so. And once we are able to move past that, I think we can be in a better place as a people. But everyone must look in the mirror and take accountability for the hate that they hold. And they have to stop telling people that are always continuously feeling that hate and that hurt, being affected by that hate and that hurt, being unalived by that hate and that hurt, being mistreated by that hate and that hurt, being discriminated against by that hate and that hurt, and then get frustrated and fed up when those said people are tired of that hate and that hurt, and they come to platforms or they do activism to speak on it and say, kindly, can we please stop that hate and that hurt? Not just towards us, but towards each other, one another. And once we're able to do that, we'll see a lot of brighter days in our future. And that's all I got to say on that. Imani, do you have any other thoughts or feelings that you wanted to add to this before we take a quick song break? I don't hear you sound. Did you unmute?
H. Can you hear me?
Okay, start over. Okay, go now.
Yeah, no, that's fine. That's fine. Yeah, we can move on to the song break. That's fine.
Okay, let's take this quick song break, y'all, and we'll be right back, okay? Then we'll be getting into our next topic. Y'all know, unfortunately, we got a report on Trump. But we'll be listening to a little bit of iHip News with Jennifer on her channel. Is another great channel you guys should check out as well, especially when it comes to political coverage. But yeah, she'll be talking a bit about Trump being in crisis as Ivanka and Jared have been named now in the Epstein files. So we'll get into that in just a moment, right after this song break. We'll be right back.
Hi, sorry, Golden. Hello?
Yeah, go ahead, girl. No problem.
Yeah, they haven't been named in the Epstein file. It's about an island they want to buy.
Oh, that was what the title said. I'm sorry, girl. So yeah, if I misspoke, I apologize. We'll correct that. But yeah, into that commentary in just a minute. But that's what it said in the title, so that's just why I read it. But yeah, we'll get into it. We'll hear everything that's going on. All right, we'll be right back, y'all.
They handed us the script, but we don't gotta read it no more. Yeah. Same old story, different page. Same old ink on a different stage. Got my own people on the corner, pushing me closer to the edge with rage. Willie Lynch probably laughing in his grave, seeing centuries later we still enslaved. House divided, envy contagious, the blueprint still working. Ain't that outrageous? Yeah. Stack the odds, casino game. Bet against ourselves just to chase some fame. Another brother falls, everybody crying. Last week behind closed doors, they was quietly plotting, trying to dim his light cause his future too bright. Crabs in the bucket pulling down every flight. Generational wounds pass hand to hand, fighting each other instead of the man with the plan. Iron chains became gold links, different metal, same prison when nobody thinks. Freedom ain't jewelry, freedom is soul. Can't buy liberation. every day. History whispers softly, but we keep looking away. They handed us the script, now we act in every part. Time to break the cycle, time to heal the broken heart. This ain't the dream they marched for, this ain't the future they could see. This whole thing was a setup, it's time we set ourselves free. Soaked with tears, same pain carried through the years, but we tear each other down for applause, temporary likes while nobody heals. Call you a sellout when you lead a block. Soon as success make the whole world stop, but the real betrayal ain't broke the flight. It's poisoning your people out of envy and spite. You mad cause this watch gleam, mad cause our band gleam. Meanwhile the architects of the cage still counting money behind the scenes. Trap ain't poverty, the trap is division. The chains ain't visible, they're built from our decisions. We carry anger in our chests, years of trauma, years of stress, and pass it to our own bloodline. Instead of putting evil to rest, love became weakness, unity became strange, clout became currency. Everybody let the barrel finally break. Leave the hate where it belongs, for our children's sake. No more jealousy, no more self-destruction, no more borrowed hatred. It's unity or it's nothing. We free. We free.
All right, y'all. So thanks for rocking with us with that quick song break right there. We're going to go ahead and get into the next topic, y'all. And let me make sure. Okay, because I was looking at the title. Let's just get into it. Okay, so we're going to be listening to Jennifer over from iHip News and I've Had It podcast. You guys can find both of those said channels. And hopefully you'll subscribe and support them because they have some really excellent content, especially when it comes to them reporting on Trump and, you know, the political stuff. And I just really, really love their style and the way that they do it. Typically, you know, there's two different channels. So we have the first one is iHip News, which is typically it's just Jennifer. She's by herself. And then on the I've Had It podcast, they're fed up, and it is Jennifer and Pumps. Okay. And I love them down to the ground because they just keep it real. You'll hear in just a second. But we're going to do, and we have done, you know, their content or play some of their content or whatnot over here. So you can hear them when they're together. But on this one, this is on the iHip News station. And this is Jennifer. Jennifer typically does this one by herself and has on guests and conversations and interviews of, you know, and such. But when she's ready to let her hair down, she gets with Pumps and they have excellent conversations about what's going on, especially when it comes to Trump and politics. So we're going to go ahead and get into a little bit of this conversation. It's not very long, just about 11 minutes. So we will try and play it all the way through and do our commentary at the end. But yeah, so basically Trump is in a crisis, okay? There's some things going on with Ivanka and Jared's, and let's listen to Jennifer. She's going to tell us all about it.
Our foot off the gas regarding the Epstein files, and here's why. The people that are in the Epstein files are all working in the White House. The acting attorney general is best friends with Ghislaine Maxwell's lawyer. There's no question. People all around are assuming that as soon as it's safe enough, politically safe enough for Trump, that they have made an agreement with Ghislaine, and this is all alleged, that they have made an agreement, you will get your pardon. Just shut up. We'll put you in a prison, you'll get a dog. When it shows you that Trump and the people surrounding him are so unconcerned with the Epstein files that Jared and Ivanka are on camera all week long talking about building their own island that they discovered. When we have this famous island that everybody's been obsessed with, both from QAnon, now the global stage. I mean, Prince Andrew's lost being a prince over this damn island. And Jared and Ivanka are on camera talking about now building their own island. It's very large in scale. It's like $1.5 billion. Albania is losing their mind over it because this is protected part of their country where wildlife is able to flourish. And this is the message right here, Democrats. This is what we need to do all day, every day. Pop this up. The new Epstein, it is a mocked up Time magazine cover. The new Epstein, and this is none other than the son-in-law of Donald Trump, Jared Kushner, who is married to Ivanka Trump. Ivanka Trump, who stood in a tent with her daddy while all the violent insurrectionists marched to the Capitol and wanted to hang Mike Pence. Ivanka Trump, who likes to get on Instagram and talk about, here's my reading list. And what I do to get centered in my life is I like to be authentic with my husband while we build our own private island. These people are grifters. They are parasites. They are sucking off of 250 years of established United States of America for their own personal enrichment because they're spoiled brats that would never make it. They would never get hired on their own merits. They would never have these kind of bank accounts unless they were part of a criminal enterprise. And every criminal enterprise needs an attorney. And formerly in the United States, the attorney general was so unbiased that Merrick Garland wouldn't do the deal and go arrest Donald Trump. Well, those days are over. Now the Justice Department works at the behest of the president. And now he's going to appoint his personal lawyer, the same one that's best friends with Ghislaine Maxwell's lawyer, the same one that met off record with Ghislaine Maxwell, with no recordings, no other U.S. attorneys present. And obviously, in my opinion, the shakedown, the fix is in on that whole thing. He's now saying that he's making America so much safer. This is the White House in the last 24 hours. Pop this up. How acting AG Todd Blanche is delivering a safer, more prosperous America. Rest assured, the only people that are safe and the only people that are prosperous are the people that are involved in the criminal enterprise formerly known as the executive branch of the government. And let me just show you how safe America is under acting Attorney General Todd Blanche. Pop this up. Here we have GOP-Els is reporting that Trump commuted the sentence of Pastor Rodney Gibson, a drug dealer. Gibson has now been arrested again for sexually abusing his 15-year-old foster child. So see, this is the way it goes with MAGA. You have this unhinged form of Christianity. You do a lot of MAGA style posts, like the drag queens are coming after the kids. Joe Biden's coming after the kids. Hillary Clinton is eating kids in basements. You post this all over because secretly you're sexually abusing kids and you use your religion as a cover for it. And you use MAGA as a vehicle to try to hide what you hate about yourself. And then that's how safe Todd Blanche is making America. Here's another pardoned January 6th rioter sentenced to life in prison for plotting murder. Pop this up. Pardoned January 6th rioter Ryan Yates has been arrested in a child predator sting in Florida. The sheriff said he got away with it with a federal system, but not here. So the state is saying, we're not going to let him off the hook. And it needs to be said all day, every day. MAGA is the party of sexual abuse and pedophilia. MAGA is the party that props up sexual predators. It is trickle down sexual predation from Donald Trump all the way down to people in Congress, all the way down to his voters. These January 6th insurrectionists went and beat up cops. They took a shit in the Capitol. They wanted to hang Mike Pence. They wanted to kill Nancy Pelosi. They broke tons of laws. We all saw it on tape. And Trump rewarded them. He rewarded them. And these were the low-level actors because he knows he and all of his rich friends paid to get all of these degenerates there. So every time you see a MAGA Republican tell you they're about law and order and they're pro-family, it is a goddamn lie. The Republican Party doesn't give a shit about families. They do not give a shit about children. They do not give a shit about life. Their policies always lead to death. And now we have a Republican Party that is a pedophile enabler movement. We even have the president's daughter and her husband building their own island in light of all of this stuff about Jeffrey Epstein's island. Here is yet another criminal in the Trump regime who is acting with impunity. Here's another pardoned January 6th rioter. Pop this up. Pardoned January 6th rioter Edward Kelly plotted to murder the FBI agents who investigated his crimes. He has now been sentenced to life in prison. So I just want you to step back and think about how sanctimonious Fox News, MAGA Republicans, Todd Blanche, Kash Patel, Pete Hegseth, Marco Rubio, and Stephen Miller are. They tell you all the time that immigrants are in the United States doing all the things that these white MAGA men are doing. They tell you this all the time. And in fact, it's the data just doesn't ferret that out. What the data ferrets out is that most sexual abusers, most pedophiles are middle-aged white men. And MAGA is a movement of middle-aged white men and women who engage in internalized misogyny themselves, who like to take their Bibles and tell you how much they care about life. And they tell you how worried they are about the children. But they're not worried about children. They're worried about rapists and pedophiles getting off the hook. There is credible information in the Epstein files by a 13-year-old girl. She claims under oath that she was assaulted by the sitting president of the United States. And all of these MAGA Christians, Erica Kirk and her harem of pro-pedophilia women, the Allie Beth Stuckeys of it all, the Riley Gaines of it all, they never, ever speak out for victims of sexual assault. They never speak out about crime when it's one of their own because they believe in nothing other than white men getting power. And this is my theory on it. I think these people are so broken. They're so broken sexually. They're so broken emotionally that they've made this bargain in their mind. If we deliver the United States of America to God as a Christian nation, then it's all going to be okay. Then we can continue being pieces of shit. Because think about the Supreme Court. What's in all of this for them? Do you really think Justice Samuel Alito's Google search history is on the up and up? I don't. Do we think Clarence Thomas and Jenny Thomas sit around and have missionary sex all the time? I don't. Do we think the handmaid, Amy Coney Barrett, has this, perfect traditional nuclear family? I don't. Something's going on in there. When you constantly have to demonize and marginalize an already marginalized group and you do it in the name of your religion, you're masking something that's internal to you. And this is exclusively a pathological lying Republican problem. They tell you they love the United States, yet they wreck it. They tell you they're good with the economy, yet they always wreck it. They tell you they care so much about the national deficit, yet they always add to it. They tell you they care about the troops, but they always start pointless wars where they send Americans to get killed. They tell you they care about life, yet they're constantly killing little kids abroad. Furthermore, nobody in the MAGA movement, not one person, has addressed the richest man in the world, Elon Musk, killing off hundreds of thousands of people in the poorest corners of the earth, because the whole movement is smoke and mirrors, and they use their religion as such. It is a weapon where they can be sanctimonious and tell you how much better they are and how their traditional marriage is, how pro-life they are. But the minute you call them out on their hypocrisy, oh my gosh, Christianity is under attack. They are so full of shit. I am so for this messaging that Jared and Ivanka Kushner are the new Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell. Take it to the bank, repost it, regram it. This is the fight of our lives for our country and for every single one of us. And just know this, MAGA only fights for criminals and pedophiles. The rest of us fight for everyone. And we truly are the party of law and order. All right, that's all we have. Please like, subscribe. We'll be back later with more news.
All right, y'all. So thank y'all for rocking with us through that wonderful, 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 wonderful commentary from Jennifer. And like I said, there are two channels. So there is, the I've Had It podcast, where it is Jennifer and Pumps together. And then there's iHip News, where it's typically, most of the time I see, is Jennifer by herself, but sometimes with guests and things like that, that are talking with her. But I really love their channel and their platform, their mind and their talking points, because they are speaking what needs to be spoke. And that is what real allyship looks like. And that is what real activism looks like. And I'm going to go ahead and hand it over to you, Imani.
Yeah, it's a great podcast. They're great hosts. As we said, go over and subscribe to the channel. They've got some great content. They've had guests over there like Don Lemon. There's a plethora of people that they've actually collaborated with that and then you get a lot of the politicians will go over there and do interviews. Now, what they're basically saying in this video, they're talking about accountability applying to everyone. The first two shocking things were about the pastor, obviously, that was done for SA, and also a Jan 6th pardoned person who was plotting to unalive the FBI people that he'd been pardoned, but he was plotting to unalive the people that investigated him, and he's now gone to prison for life. This is what we're getting with this administration. And what they're really talking about is, and what we've heard spoken about before, is accountability applying to everybody, regardless of their political party, status, race, or influence. And first of all, we've had no accountability about the Epstein files. There are a lot of people that are in the government that have been mentioned in those files, and there's no transparency and questions that are still unanswered, and no one is thinking about the survivors and the victims, because some people have since passed on or been unalived within this process, from this whole situation. And the thing is, there's so much hypocrisy, because, like you said, pardoning people who then go on to commit heinous crimes, and public figures who present themselves as defenders of law and order while excusing misconduct within their own parties and on their own ranks. And there's a lot of this religion and culture war politics going on, which gets in the way of a lot of stuff, because this is about everybody, regardless of race. And I have always said, as well as them trying to turn the clock back to Jim Crow, they're also attacking the poor, those without influence, those without the money. It's attacks on the poor and the needy. And more people are slipping into those lower classes. So don't think, people that were earning a lot more have been impacted. Businesses are closing down. These tariffs have caused a lot of chaos and disruption in the life of even small businesses. Removing EBT has caused problems for the stores that used to take them because that formed part of their income. People are not thinking about the knock-on effects of all this stuff that's going on. And, and all people are concerned about are these, these culture wars and this religious stuff and these moral standards that these people don't even maintain themselves, a lot of them. People need to pay attention and hold people accountable, because accountability should be universal. And if you claim to support law and order, then support it consistently for everybody. And if you claim to support family values, apply those values consistently for everybody. It's not just your family, the rich families that are important. And if you claim to care about justice, that should be applied also to your friends and your family and anybody else you know. Because there are things like pardoning people who were accused of fraud, who had to pay compensation. Those people no longer get the compensation that they were awarded, because these people, a lot of these fraudsters were pardoned. And some of this was healthcare fraud. So, like they said, democracy only works when people are willing to question power, no matter who's in office. And I just think people need to stay focused and stay aware of what is going on, regardless of who's in power. That's what I really took from this. And the other thing about Ivanka and Jared was that they wanted to buy this island in Albania, which was in an area that was like a conservation area where you couldn't build. And they are being labeled as the new Epsteins because they want to buy and build, I think it's about 1 billion for this island. And it involves allegedly government corruption, because they removed the restrictions for them being able to hold this land. And there've been some, go out there and look, there've been some big demonstrations in Albania about this, and they are being labeled as the new Epstein couple. That was what the start was. Very clickbait, because it made me look into the video, but it's really important because there have been mass demonstrations in Albania with them people holding placards with their faces on it. That's really all I've got for that video. But please go over and to I've Had It, look at their content. Their content is good. The thing is, they're allies to everyone who is suffering from the impact of this government and this government's policies, because they're talking about, anybody from the farmers. Because what people don't realize, or some people don't realize, is there's in the red states, it's not minorities who are getting the food stamps. It's poor people. And poor people all feel hunger the same, regardless of race or ethnicity. So people need to stay focused and look at whether your interests are being taken care of when you vote. Not who's the most popular and who curses people more and shouts the loudest and has the best slogans. And that's it, really.
Okay. And I really agree with everything you said, Imani. Absolutely. And we did talk about on the part one yesterday about what is happening to farmers. And so we brought to the forefront that, a lot that has to do with some of these government regulations and changes and swishes are not just affecting people that are poor. They're not just affecting people that are black, because that's what they like to think, that these benefits and these aids and assistance is only for poor black people. Well, that's not true. These type of aids and assistances aid and assist a lot of different people, like you said, despite the race. However, outside of you just being an individual that may be, needing additional help to get groceries in your home, these things that were in place as well also were aiding and assisting in farmers, right? Farmers are the ones who provide the food. So think about it this way. Even if you get approved or you're able to get the assistance like EBT to purchase food, if the farmers are not being able to work and not being able to produce and put out the produce and the foods and stuff that they need to, then nobody eats. And when I say nobody eats, I want people to understand nobody eats. Nobody. So this is why when we saying these type of things, it's really cool for people, or they think it's really easy for them to say, this is not my problem. I make too much money. I don't care about any of these things that's going on in the government. I don't care about any of these programs that's being taken away from people because I make too much money and it will never affect me. You think that until you truly see and understand how it affects all of us from the top to the bottom, if that's how you want to look at it. Because that's the view, right? That some of you are at the top, the rest of us are at the bottom. You won't be eating either. You won't have those Wagyu steaks. You won't be able to eat those lobster tails. So let's be very fair and honest when it comes to when we're talking about people are affecting human rights. Human rights means to all humans, not just poor ones or ones that are middle class. All humans. All of your rights is being taken away. All of our rights is being taken away. Everything is being shifted, blended up, and changed. And this is why we see the videos, right? Of even the MAGAs, some of the MAGAs that are coming out and saying, we voted wrong. We didn't know it was going to be like this, because you're voting from a place of hate. You're voting because of who you dislike. You're voting because you think that your vote, if won, is going to make a person or a group or a race of people be lower than you, suffer more than you, all of those things. But within this administration, I can only speak in the United States because that's where I reside. In this administration, I think people are seeing now, when you vote with hate and animosity in your heart for someone that you really don't know, you're voting for your own demise. So you thought it was going to hurt us, and you F around and found out it's equally hurting you. So that's all I have to say on that. We'll be segueing into our next topic. Let's see. Let's just get right into it. We're not taking no song break. Let's just get right.
Sorry, Golden, is this the Pete Hegseth one?
Do you want to do Pete or you want to do Jasmine?
No, let's do the Pete Hegseth one, because I think it's important about diplomacy. And then we'll do the Jasmine one, and then we'll end it. That'll be fine.
All right, sounds good to me. Okay, let's get into it. So we'll go ahead and type into. Let me get it pulled up for y'all. All right, y'all. So with Pete Hegseth, let's give a little quick introductory as to what's going on. So Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth continues to operate as a lightning rod for controversy. This topic details his sweeping decree banning active duty military personnel from attending or associating with elite Ivy League institutions like Harvard, Columbia, and Princeton over alleged wokeness, right? So that means your kids, y'all. Think about it. Your kids. Because a lot of you out there, you probably may have kids that are attending these institutions, and they have free minds, and they see that the world is not in a great place, and they want to speak up for what's right. And sometimes they want to use their voices to do that, and they want to protest peacefully. Well, this man, yeah, he's coming against that. So this comes alongside his controversial decision to lift suspensions for a military flight crew who pulled a dangerous low-altitude Apache helicopter flyby over musician Kid Rock's Tennessee estate. It's a lot of mess when it comes to this dude right here, Pete Hegseth. He's always into something. But let's just talk about him weaponizing national security. Banning service members from top-tier educational institutions isn't about protecting America. It's a cheap culture war stunt that actively hurts the intellectual advancement of our military forces. Also, he's somebody who benefits from the fact that rules don't apply to friends. Using taxpayer-funded heavy military equipment for a stunt over Kid Rock's house is a massive breach of military discipline, but Hegseth protects them because it fits a specific MAGA aesthetic, making the Pentagon look like a total circus to our international allies. So this is what we'll be getting into on the next video. And who's going to break it down for us the best? None other than one of our favorites as well over here on this channel, Ben Masilis, over on the Midas Touch Network. So if y'all have not checked out that channel, please go over and check him out, subscribe, support, and listen in. Because, yeah, Ben about to go in. All right, let's get into it.
Secretary Pete Hegseth was essentially kicked out of Normandy in France. They are declaring him persona non grata right there and saying never come back to Normandy after Hegseth gave this awful speech where he attacked European countries when he was on the hollow grounds of Normandy, which was supposed to be this solemn ceremony about D-Day and how allies came together, the United States and Canada and European countries and others coming together to fight back against fascism, to defeat Nazi Germany with that courageous act of allies coming together for the ultimate sacrifice. But when Hegseth was giving his D-Day speech, he said, and Europe today is allowing invasions of their beaches on their grounds like we saw back then, except this time it is the illegal immigrants that you are allowing invasions to take place. And he made it into this whole horrific political attack on Europe, on Americans' allies. And so you see right here, Hegseth and his family leaving Normandy right there. And take a look right here, how it's being described in the French press. You see right here, our editor-in-chief, Ron Filipkowski, says, I don't speak French, but I think this means the people in Normandy didn't like Hegseth's speech. You have to be a pretty colossal dipshit to screw up a D-Day commemoration ceremony. Pete Hegseth, persona non grata in Normandy. He has no place here. Pete Hegseth, persona non grata for the 82nd anniversary of the D-Day landings, this in the French press and elsewhere. And just to remind you, I'll just show you a very short portion of Hegseth's speech. One of the most disgraceful things to say to the memory of the men and women who gave their lives to win World War II. Watch what Hegseth had to say here. Play this clip.
Sadly, today, different European beaches are stormed by different dangerous ideologies. Beaches in Spain, in Italy, in Greece, and Bulgaria, boats and men arrive. When will European capitals do something about that invasion? Or is it too late? I pray not, and I believe not. The men who fought and died here restored freedom to Europe. That freedom must be maintained by this generation of leaders and warfighters, or what they fought for was merely temporary. As our great president Ronald Reagan once said, freedom is never more than one generation away from extinction. You don't pass it to the next generation in the bloodstream. It must be defended by each and every generation. We stand by our allies, and we expect our allies capable and ready to stand alongside us.
Now, we are seeing Hegseth, Donald Trump, Trump cabinet members, persona non grata across the world as well. Hegseth and others being called out by, even in the past 24 hours, President Zelensky of Ukraine calling the U.S. out by name and saying, we, Ukraine, do not agree when the United States makes deals with Putin in Anchorage, Alaska, for Ukraine to give up our territory. It ain't happening, Donald. It ain't happening to the United States. We ain't doing it. Watch as Zelensky gives this powerful speech as well. Let's play you a short portion from this interview. Let's play it.
We've got messages that they are ready for meeting only if Ukraine will do what they decided in Anchorage. But it's terrible what they speak about. And I said it when we had meeting. Look, you can't, with all respect, even with all respect to President of the United States, but you can't cut our country, or you can't decide, our people decide. You can't make decisions without us, about us. It's unacceptable, and it will not bring peace. This is the first, and will not bring success to your countries and to your leaders. So that's why I said that the best way, if you want to stop the war against Ukraine, use, in a very polite way, use opportunity to speak with us.
Now, we know that Hegseth, Trump, persona non grata in Canada right now, where the boycott there is not just going strong, but stronger than ever. Persona non grata in Denmark, in Greenland. Right now, the United States ambassador to Denmark has to hide when he's in Denmark. Literally, when he goes out, he has to wear a cap and pretend that he's not who he is, because he knows how much the people hate him. And normally the ambassador to Denmark from the United States is like a superstar out there. He has to go and hide when he's in public now, because that's what happens when you threaten the sovereignty of nations, when you threaten the sovereignty of Canada. And as Pete Hoekstra, Trump's ambassador to Canada, says, the 51st state discussion is on the table when it comes to reviewing the Canadian, United States, Mexico agreement. When it comes to Kuzma, we are going to negotiate whether Canada should be the 51st state. Then it's just like, well, then you shouldn't be surprised when Canada boycotts everything America. When Canada makes it very clear that they're not traveling to the United States, when you threaten their very sovereignty. With Hegseth being banned from Normandy, with the United States and Trump regime cabinet officials becoming persona non grata across the world right now, I want to bring in Charlie Angus from Midas Canada to help break this all down and to talk about the boycott that has escalated by Canadians who have gone elbows up against Trump regime in the United States as a result of this behavior. Let's just bring in the interview I just did with Charlie Angus. Now let's bring in Charlie Angus, who of course leads Midas Canada. Charlie, great to see you as always.
Stop that? There.
We saw this week the ambassador to Canada from the United States, Hoekstra, who's absolutely detested over there. We also saw Donald.
Yeah, we can go ahead and take a quick commentary break. You want to go ahead, Imani, with some of your thoughts?
I think it's important before we hear from the guy in Canada to talk about the failed diplomacy and the destruction of the relationship with allies that has happened under this administration. The key thing about comparing immigrants arriving in Normandy to the landing in Normandy that resulted in the war being won against fascism and the people that lost their lives is absolutely disgraceful. You can do those sort of popularist speeches in the Pentagon in your own yard, But to take that overseas where people are commemorating the people that lost their lives from America, from Europe, and other countries, and turn it into an immigration speech is beyond compare. And this is what I mean about the fact that they talk about DEI, and yet you have the most unqualified people. He's one of the most senior people in government. He's the Secretary of Defense. Sorry. I just can't believe that we have someone in the highest position who previous to this was managing a budget of 5 million. That's the biggest budget he'd ever managed before he took this job. And he's now got billions under his control. And we're already spiraling and leaking money on this war, and they can't get a straight figure. And then to go abroad to something that's only supposed to be about remembering those that died in the war and turn it into an immigration speech is incredible. And the fact that all these ambassadors that are around the world that used to have an easy time, their role was easy. People, they didn't, Denmark, who ever heard of the ambassador of Denmark having issues? Other countries, yeah, where there may have been bigger things going on. But Denmark, then you've got the guy in Canada talking about the 51st state, not respecting people's sovereignty, and the mess that's been caused here, and you have the audacity to go overseas and start lecturing people about what they're doing with their country, with the mess that's been created here, also in the Pentagon. It's incredible to me. It's incredible. That's it. That's all I've got to say. I'm just astounded at the fact he made a speech like that in that place. Who ever heard of the US personnel, senior personnel, being persona non grata in major allies countries? It's madness.
I absolutely agree. And when it comes to, everything that's going on, we must do our history, right? We must do our history and our research. And one of the great things that I thought that we could do and can do, and does happen a little bit, is when we connect with one another, we can talk about these things and have these conversations. So our history and knowledge and things of that nature are something we can share amongst ourselves, because we all have an experience, and sometimes it's fair to say we don't know. But this, I don't believe, is an individual that doesn't know. I think this is an individual that doesn't care. And it's basically like you're spitting on people's graves. So let's basically talk about it. Let's talk about the absolute intellectual laziness and historical blindness of people to stand over the graves of almost 9,300 American soldiers who died liberating a continent from, I won't mention that name, and compare those brave heroes or the genocidal Nazi war machine to desperate unarmed refugees in plastic boats looking for a piece of bread and a safe place to sleep. It is ridiculous, it is offensive, and it is historically illiterate. Refugees are not fleeing fascism and chaos. They aren't bringing it. I'm sorry, they are fleeing it. They're not bringing it. So that's number one. Number two, renowned historians like Simon Schwammer immediately condemned Heschel's remarks, calling them a special kind of loathsomeness and grotesque stupidity. Using a memorial for a fallen soldier to push a far-right nativist political agenda desecrates the memory of the veterans who actually bled on those beaches. So, those soldiers who passed fighting against a, let's say it, white or Caucasian supremacist, fascist, totalitarian regime that wanted to erase entire groups of humans, for Hesed to go over there to their final resting place and use his platform to push far-right xenophobia, in my personal opinion, allegedly, it's an insult to their sacrifice. He tried to turn a solemn global memorial into a cheap political audition for a right-wing talk show. European leaders are rightfully furious because he took their history, their sacrifice, and muddied it with modern American culture wars. And I won't say too much more because if I do, I'm going to get too mad. And so when we have these conversations and we're talking about equal rights, we're talking about unity, we're talking about freedom, fairness, love, justice for all, we mean that. For all. We won't sit up and watch other countries and other groups and races of people also going through turmoil, being terrorized. And the sad thing is that breaks my heart. It is happening at the hands of the individuals that are in positions of power in the country that I reside in. And what I just want people to know, don't judge us, please. Don't hold it against us that these individuals, these nasty individuals, do the things that they do. They're creating chaos for us here in the country that they reside over, but we also know what they're doing for other countries or doing towards other countries that we may not necessarily reside in. And don't think for a minute that we think it's okay one way or the other. We don't want them to do it here. We don't want them to do it there. We don't want them to do it anywhere. And that sounds like a Dr. Seuss poem. But I'm just saying, because sometimes you got to laugh to keep from crying. It's getting really out of hand. And this is why we're at the place that we are right now as a globe. And it takes us, y'all, to speak up against it, to fight against it. And that there's been a good fight being done. I see it because we report on it. We see all of the protests. We see all of the people taken to the streets globally, not just in the United States. I watch global protests. And yes, peaceful ones. So nobody should deserve to lose their life. Nobody should deserve to be put in shackles or anything like that. A lot of these protests are peaceful. And they're happening globally because the people around the world, and no, I'm just kidding. I should not be playing. But this is a serious topic. We're tired of it. We're tired. We see it for what it is. And we're not going to tolerate it. We're going to speak up. We're going to walk up. We're going to fight up. We're going to do whatever we have to do so they don't get away with this. And this no longer continues to go on because this is affecting us, the people. And it's supposed to be about us, the people. So whoever these individuals are that feel as though they can infiltrate and come in there and do just whatever it is that they want to do and only care about themselves, you have another thing coming because us, the people, will always outnumber you. Let's listen to the rest of the commentary. Do you have anything else, Imani?
No, I think you put it perfectly. Let's listen to the rest of it.
Okay.
Donald Trump using this 51st state rhetoric again, making these posts, threatening the sovereignty of Canada. What's the reaction and response right now out of Canada, Charlie?
Well, Ben, you often say Canada's furious. Canadians are really done with this guy. And the insults, the stupidity, the gaslighting that we put up with him for a long time and have been very polite about. But I think what's really concerning here is we have the ambassador of a foreign nation openly saying that it would be a great discussion whether or not we give up our sovereignty. I mean, if the Chinese did this, if the Russians did this, if any other nation did this, there would be complete outrage. Why is it that we allow this ambassador to undermine our sovereignty, our nationhood, our birthright, and in such a dismissive fashion because his boss has never, ever once backed off his belief that he can break us as a country? So What it's done is it's pissed people off, and obviously the impacts are going to be felt by the laid off workers in Kentucky, the bourbon distilleries, the poor folk in Las Vegas and Florida who've lost tourism dollars. Canadians will never, ever, ever spend money on anything America. If every time Pete Hoekstra opens his mouth, it reminds us to hold that boycott.
Let's talk about some moves that we've seen Canada make lately when it comes to military equipment, when it comes to Saab and the Gripens, let's say over the F-35, when it comes to the Global Eye, which already has a JV with Bombardier, but leading more into Sweden in terms of certain aircraft and military equipment, and the EU. And then we're seeing that being reciprocated as well with Bombardier and Canada's military. What are you seeing over there?
It's a significant shift. Again, Canada's always been the little brother to the great alliance that started 81 years ago to fight fascism. That's what brought Canada and the U.S. together. We were pretty suspicious of each other before that, and so you see the United States walked on this Canada-U.S. peace board, defense board that had been put in place back in the days when we were trying to defend the coast from the U-boats and the Nazis and other possible threats, and the Japanese on the Pacific coast. But when you see us shifting away in such a dramatic fashion, it's sending a really clear message. The decision by Canada to purchase the Swedish Global Eye surveillance planes is about us defending the Arctic, our sovereignty. And who are we defending it from? We're defending it from, obviously, Russia, but now we're also defending it from the United States. You know, we made a very clear commitment to Greenland and Denmark that we would be there for them. We know that the threat to the Arctic is against us. So far, we haven't seen the Russians there, but we know that Donald Trump has been putting more and more pressure there. So the move with the Swedes is a big step. And it signals this wild change that's happened just in the last year of Canada now aligning with Nordic countries, Finland, Sweden, Norway. These are the people that we're now seeing as our allies because we now see a threat on the border.
And you're seeing what has often been referred to as, you know, the mid-powers uniting to form their own kind of superpower or pole in this multipolar world where it seems America first has meant America all alone with Donald Trump's deranged behavior and threatening to invade this or that in the Western Hemisphere. You have certainly the rise of China and the Trump trip basically bowing to Xi Jinping, as Xi Jinping talked about the Thucydides trap and a broader alliance there of Russia, North Korea, bringing in Iran into the fold, BRICS bloc. And then it's kind of like, all right, what's going to happen with Europe? What's going to happen with Nordic countries? What's going to happen with Canada and Australia? And so I think you're seeing this massive global shift right now as well. And to see Carney in the last month or so in Armenia at the European Council meeting, then going to the Economic Forum in New York City and basically saying that, we're not the same Canada anymore. So be aware of the pivot that Canada, talk about that kind of a trip that we've seen in the past 60 days accelerate.
Well, we're seeing things that we couldn't have even imagined before, like open talk about alliance with the European Union. Now, I've been to the European Union. I've met with them. They're a lot more bureaucratic than Canadians are. I think it would drive us nuts to be in the EU. I'm just saying that to all our Canadian viewers. I know it sounds great. It's probably a lot more problematic. But what is possible is a hybrid agreement of us being part of a European Union. We're very much part of the European Union now in terms of military defense, in terms of funding. The fact that for the first time ever, Canada has been included in their procurement and funding plans to get more military support. And Canada is now setting up and as the international center to tie the Europeans and Asia, Australia, New Zealand, our Commonwealth cousins, other countries, again, bypassing the United States. This is all very, very, we're in uncharted territory, but it's also insane. I mean, we are, anybody in Toronto listens to Buffalo TV. Anybody in Buffalo listens to what's happening in Toronto. I mean, we have many of the almost the exact same cultural references from we are neighbors. We've had such good relationships. If the United States ever wants anything from Canada, they get it. They want critical minerals, they get it. They want copper, they get it. But, when Donald Trump has been saying that, our metals are what we supply to the U.S. economy is a national security threat. The fact that they've attacked us more and more, and they continue, and we see this with Pete Hoekstra. This is what is reminding Canadians. This has not gone away. This wasn't Donald being Donald. They fundamentally hate us because we remain democratic, we remain inclusive, we believe in diversity and equity. Inclusion as signs of strength, not something to get freaked out about. That we are now shifting so that we are doing military buildup with Europe and not the United States, that we're doing more and more trade with Europe and with China. We've had a really, really bad history with China in terms of interference. A lot of things went down with China and Canada in the last 15 years that wasn't great. And now we're saying, well, hey, they may be more responsible right now to deal with than Donald Trump. That's the message that's being heard in Canada. And again, you've got an ambassador openly talking about whether or not we have a right to our sovereignty. I mean, any other jurisdiction, this guy would be thrown out. He's being there at the U.S. Embassy because he's Donald Trump's man. But Canadians really, really detest this guy. They detest dealing with anything to do with the United States right now. And we're trying to find a way out of this nightmare by building these alliances elsewhere.
Charlie, we head into the summer right now. We know that Donald Trump and his regime watch this. They monitor this. They monitor Midas Canada. What's your message right now to Donald Trump and his regime, knowing that they're watching this?
It's coming for you, Donald. The Epstein files, they're coming for you. The FBI files that the Justice Department suppressed with these horrific allegations, it's coming for you, Donald. It's falling apart, Donald. But, Donald, at the end of the day, if you don't have a country like Canada on your side, who do you have? Are you threw all your lot in with Vladimir Putin, who's losing 30,000 men a month and his soldiers are surrendering to robots in the field? You threw your lot in with who else? Orban and Hungary. That did him a lot of good, didn't it, Donald? You threw your lot in with the far right in Germany and in Romania and in France and the UK. And the Democratic allies on this anniversary of D-Day, who came together to fight fascism, are still the Democratic allies that you need, but you don't get it because you are a gangster, Donald. And at the end of the day, I would go beyond Donald and say, to the folks in Kentucky, to the folks in Nevada, to the folks in Arizona who've seen that huge loss of Canadian dollars, Donald doesn't give a damn about you. He never did. Canadians don't hate you, but there will never be another dime spent on anything American as long as our sovereignty is threatened, as long as they think that they can push us around. Because again, this is the anniversary of when our Canadian troops, all our young men and boys, landed in Normandy to help the Europeans fight fascism. And we come from a long line of fascist fighters. So get in line, Donald. We'll take you on next.
Charlie Angus, thanks for joining us. As always, make sure everybody subscribes to Midas Canada. Just search Midas Canada on YouTube, and you'll see the daily videos Charlie puts out. Thanks, Charlie.
Thanks so much.
Everybody hit subscribe. Let's get to 7 million subscribers.
All right, y'all. So there is that. Shout out to Ben Masilis over on the Midas Touch Network. If you guys have not checked out that platform yet again, please go and check him out. Subscribe to him, become a member, and really tap into the content that he has over there, because he really has great talking points himself, and he always has people on that can give us more of an insight as far as what we're dealing with and up against with this battle of political, chaos. But Imani, I'll let you take it over from here, and I'll be right back.
Yeah, just wanted to say also a shout out to Charlie Angus, who's the head of Midas Canada. And once again, what is clear here, whilst Trump and his administration are destroying relationships with allies, because this is a key factor in this administration. Relationships between people and countries are important, and all this is being destroyed under this administration. Calling Canada the 51st state is an insult to Canadian sovereignty, just like saying we want Greenland and you're going to give it to us. It's an insult to Denmark's sovereignty and Greenland sovereignty. And there is this recklessness and this inability to understand how long it took to build these relationships, because the relationships with allies are important, as we found out after 9/11. The problem is whilst he's destroying these relationships and alliances, they're building others together. Because I don't know if people know, the Premier of Canada was the governor of the Bank of England. And he's a well-respected man in the UK. So he has a reputation abroad. The alliances and he managed our economy quite well when he was the governor of the Bank of England. The alliances that are being formed with one of the superpowers, China, are a threat to the US status on the global stage. And these guys' lack of understanding of global diplomacy is what is causing a hell of a lot of problems. This is the reason why nobody has joined this fight in Iran, because the process was not followed. The normal procedures, the normal diplomatic discussions were not followed before this happened. And the problem is that it's also impacting the US economically, because there are boycotts of US goods. There are reduction of imports from the US. This affects the US economy. This has an all-round effect on the US and its stability. And it really is more serious than people even realize. Thinking that someone who was always an ally of the US, Canada, is now forming alliances in Europe, thinking about having a link to the European Union. And they have an ambassador constantly insulting Canadians, talking about the 51st state. The Canadians really are frustrated by the rhetoric and questioning of their sovereignty. And this is what's contributed to these boycotts and reduced travel. And this impacts the US economy. And there's growing political tension there. But what's happening on the part of Canada, on the part of Europe, on the part of China, is they're all strengthening their alliances while these guys are going around puffing out their chests and coming back to the US with nothing apart from talk and apart from misinformation about deals that haven't been done and haven't been signed. And global politics is shifting rapidly whilst they're doing this. They're acting like they're playing some computer game. And it's dangerous. And the impact it will have on the US going forward is going to take a long time, because the trust, the most important thing is the trust has been lost. No one trusts the US to stick to their word. And that is why we are where we are. I can't emphasize anymore how bad this is in terms of the diplomatic solutions. We just hope when the midterms come, maybe a few things will change. I don't know, but I don't see it. but it will take a long time to repair these relationships. And allies really need to be treated as allies, and sovereignty really needs to be respected. And history should be remembered carefully before people go and make reckless speeches, because many people, many Americans sacrificed their lives, as well as Europeans, after 9/11. And these guys do not seem able to get what's going on. The worse it gets, the more they dig in. And like I said, it's because their lack of knowledge. It really is a lack of knowledge, and it really is a lack of experience, and a belief that other people can't make relationships and can't strengthen their alliances, whilst America is walking away from deals that have been set in stone for years. But that's all I've really got to say. Do you have something on this, Golden?
Yeah, I'll just give a few thoughts on this. We'll finish, with the Jasmine Crockett coverage. But as far as, everything that you said, everything that we've been witnessing, everything that we've been talking about, this is exactly what it has been. And we see it. And American people, United States citizens see it. This is not the way to go. You cannot run this country this way. You cannot go around bullying and treating allies bad, other countries bad. I know that what is supposed to be the thoughts or the feelings or the opinions that they've always said, this is the best country in the world. No, it's not. It really hasn't been, and it definitely isn't now, because this is not what we do. We don't treat people this way. We don't stand for this. And I know that sometimes people can't be sure, but I rest assured to you that a lot of us as American citizens and people, we don't stand for this. We don't like it. And it's not going to just hurt us. And we're not just concerned that it's going to hurt us. We are seeing that what he has done and what he's doing is affecting us all. And it's not right. It's not fair. Nobody gets to be treated this way, made to feel like they're less than. You can be pushed around. And we're talking about politics. We're not even talking about the schoolyard. I don't get it. I don't get it. And someone who's always been good to you, someone who's always had your back, someone who's always looked out for you, you turn around and you treat them like that. It's literally, if you apply like life, like friendships and things of that nature, right? But just put now our governmental structure system in that same position. This is literally what they're doing. You're stabbing loyal friends in the back. You're treating them like they were never anything to you, and that you don't need them. Yeah, well, you know what they say. FAFO. Unfortunately, because these people want to just do whatever it is they see fit, the American people are going to have to FA and FO, even if we don't want to, because at this point, we don't have a choice. I told Imani and other people, I'm ready to get my passport and I'm ready to get me and mine up out of this country. I don't want to be here no more, because this is, and then why are we allowing this to continue to happen? I don't understand it. Nobody, there's no checks and balances. Like, how long does this go on? How much worse can it get? Well, I'm pretty sure it can get much worse. But are we supposed to just sit around and wait for that? And then while we're seeing that this is what's happening on this grand scale, when it comes to the stability of us as a people, right? Like our lives, right? Our livelihood, feeding our families, paying our bills, hoping that bombs don't drop in the middle of the night, in the middle of our neighborhood, which no woe is me, because guess what? Bombs are dropping in the middle of the night in somebody else's neighborhood in another country. And that's because our country did that. Our administration did that. You think that's right? You think we like that? No, we don't. I can't speak for everybody, but I can speak for myself.
Can I say something? I really have to say this, because I don't
Please
want
do. Please do.
America is still the United States of America is still a great country because it has great people. It's the people that make the country, not the government. So it is the government is not the people. The people just need to stand up for what they feel is right. So I will never say that he can take that away. He can't destroy 300 million people. He can't change who 300 million people are. And we have to remember that. The United States of America is still a great country, regardless of what these few people in the administration are doing. That's why I say don't lose hope and that people shouldn't give up and people shouldn't run away. They should stay and fight for their country because it is still a great country that has great people in it. And I will maintain that. I don't care. He is not a representative of all the people of the United States. And running away will not be the answer. I'm not saying that, particularly because I know you say you're going to get your passport, but he is not the people. He is not the people, and the people need to use their voice because the United States will always be what the people are, not what Trump and the administration are. He is not a reflection of the United States, and international governments and people know that. They know that. They don't talk about the American people, they talk about the administration. So let's just not go down that road and say this country is not great because this country still has great people in it. That's all I can say.
Thank you. I appreciate that. You keep me so balanced because I'm like a pit bull off the leash, especially when it's things that's happening. It's just like it really boils my blood, and it's just I know we have to stand. I know we have to fight. I know we have to pay attention, and there's just not enough attention, I think, when it comes to these things that are happening. But we do have to use our voices. Yes, of course. Sometimes we may have to use some force. But the most thing that we need to do is make sure that we understand our votes matter. Our votes are important and they count. And I know right now we have an administration in our hands that is really terrible and has messed things up extremely. But if we stay, if you want to stay, if you choose to stay, child, I'm gonna be stuck because I can't go nowhere if I'm gonna keep it real. But anyway, I'm just saying, like, what we need to do is make sure that our voices are heard by getting out and voting, and the cycles will shift. The cycles will change. This man is going to get out of there. All of these people is going to get out of there. We will make it through this. We're going to be okay. So yes, we do have to lead with hope. We do have to lead with the sense that we've made it through so many other things before. Our ancestors made it through so many other things before. No race specific. All our ancestors, all groups and races and ethnicities of people all over the world, not just here in the United States, globally. There's people making it through right now, and we will continue to make it through. Just like we say, when they give us lemons, we make lemonade. We always have, and we always will. And we'll do that when it comes to this as well. But sometimes it gets under your skin, and you get a little angry, like me. But we must stick together with one another also to make it more powerful. The resilience is more powerful as a group. And I just hope we can get there and we can have enough strength in numbers to be able to stay resilient, to be able to fight back when we need to. Not no, crazy out of the way, but with our knowledge, with our education, with the strength of our integrity and our morals, to rise above the system and what they want us to be and how they try to make us to be. That's not who we are. We're not going there. We're not going to become who you want us to be. We're not going where it is you're trying to send us to. We know what is right and we know what is wrong. And there's too many of us that know it. So we have the power. We just have to take each other by the hand and fight back. Let's just take this quick song break. I'm going to cool my lid. Get me some water. We're going to finish our last topic in just a moment. It's really short, y'all. It's really short. We're going to wrap it up. I'm sorry to take too much of your time. But Jasmine Crockett, you know, she was standing on business. She was standing on her square. And we need people to stand on business and stand on their square. Don't let nobody take you off of it. Because, yes, it's unfortunate, but we have to fight. Whatever tools we got in our toolbox to fight with, we have to fight. Let's take this song break and we'll be right back.
Yeah. Ain't no more quiet now. Nah. Tell them run that back. I said, hands up, head high, 10 toes. They monetize pain while the truth get froze. Big talks online, but they hearts stay cold. Still fighting for rights that was promised long ago. Ooh. We ain't your silence, nah. We ain't your fear. Hey. Every time they shut a door, we appear. From the city to the globe, here the people get loud. You can bury one voice, but you can't stop the crowd. Yeah. I'm from the side where the pressure make diamonds, where mothers pray hard cause the system stay violent. Kids learn trauma before they learn signs. Politicians campaign while communities dying. Look, everybody tweeting, everybody streaming, everybody woke till the camera stop beaming. Truth don't trend when the money intervening. That's why the real ones exhausted and screaming. Big change, fake morals, podium capping. Whole lot of hashtags, ain't nobody action. Trying to sell the vision with celebrity distractions. Meanwhile, rights disappear through strategic reactions. Close schools, close polls, close cases. Still see hate written all on their faces. History repeating, just switching the phrases. Different decades, same games, new stages. And they wonder why the people don't trust. Every headline feel dangerous to us. Every promise turned dust, but we still rise up, 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 rise up. Hands up, head high, 10 toes. They monetize pain while the truth get froze. Big talks online, but their hearts stay cold. Still fighting for rights that was promised long ago. Hey, we ain't your silence, we ain't your fear. Every time they shut a door, we appear. From the city to the globe, here the people get loud. You could bury one voice, but you can't stop the crowd. Yeah. Now everybody playing God with the algorithms, programming narratives and calling it the system. Who decides truth? Who decides wisdom? If the future artificial, who protect the children? Too much rage in the timeline scrolling. Young minds vulnerable, anger overloading. Everybody radical when the fear keep growing and the world stay tense while the missiles stay loaded overseas. War drums, contracts get signed. Oil, power, money always hide behind pride. More folks pay while the billionaires glide. And the news turn trauma into primetime vibes. Talk peace with a smirk while the stocks go up. Tell the working class, hold on, but enough is enough. People tired, people broke, people fed up. Still they call us angry every time we stand up. Stand up, stand up, stand up, stand up, stand up, stand up. Listen, it's bigger than left or right, bigger than red or blue. People just wanna live, people just wanna breathe, people just wanna matter. But every generation gotta drag justice uphill, while somebody profits off the chaos. That's the part they don't say out loud. Hands up, head high, 10 toes. True hit harder when the beat line rolls. Can't sell fear to a soul that knows. Power to the people, let the whole world know. We ain't your silence, we ain't your shame. If the people wake up, everything changed. From the city to the globe, hear the whole crowd roar. You can't dim light when the spirit want war. Rise up, even when they try to divide us. Rise up, even when the pressure find us. Yeah. Still here, still loud, still fighting.
All right, y'all. Thanks for rocking with us for that quick song break. We're going to go ahead and get to this last topic right here so we can let y'all go for the day. I'm so sorry to keep y'all so long, but I really do appreciate the fact that you stick around. It really means a lot. So our last topic that we're going to touch on, y'all, child. Y'all know one of my favorites, probably your favorite too. We got to talk about Senator Jasmine Crockett, child. I love her. And I don't know, you know, some people may, some people not. Your choice is your choice. But I just see like the necessity that we need when it comes to the energy that she has when she speaks up for the things she's speaking for. And let's be very clear here. She speak up for some black things, you know, black culture things and stuff like that. But she speak up for the people. She speak up for what's right. And we know what's right and we know what's wrong. And this is an administration where like people are fighting tooth and nail to get what is done. So we as a people can be in a better place. Race aside, ethnicity aside, background aside, human beings, people, we need to be in a better place. And I love a representative that will stand up and fight for that tooth and nail. And I know it's that much harder for her because she's a black woman. We can't take that off the table. We got to be honest about it. But it is what it is, you know. But she really fights and she cares about people. She cares about the well-being of people. And, you know, she do it with some swag sometimes. You got to throw a little salt up on there. You know, we don't want it bland. But it's like, there's so many great things that are happening, right? So, you know, I come and I talk about certain things. It's like, oh, God, look at this. This is terrible. Oh, this is terrible. But we also bring some things to the forefront as well, where you can see, like, there are strides being made. There are fights happening for a good reason, not just to knock somebody out because you don't like them. No, we're fighting for survival. We're fighting for freedom. We're fighting so we all can be in a place where we live life. We don't have to go through these struggles and these, you know, animosities. But, you know, let's go ahead. Before I get into the video, did you have any thoughts or feelings on anything you wanted to speak on, Imani, before we play the final video of the live?
No. It's getting late here, so no. And I've got some technical issues, so yeah, I need to get some stuff sorted after the show. So let's just move into the next video.
All right, let's get right into it, girl. We'll get it wrapped up. I know it is late there for you. And, you know, I respect everybody's time. So thank y'all so much. I know a lot of people, it's a later time in the day for you. And, you know, the country that you're in and the time zone that you're in. So thank you for rocking with us. Let's get into it. And we're going to wrap this up.
Congresswoman Jasmine Crockett at a congressional hearing. Let's just say she had a few words to say about the extreme court led by Chief Justice John Roberts.
It's hard to imagine how you can argue with a straight face that this is what we should be doing in this moment or ever. You see, because this is the same time as you heard an emotional Representative Cohen. Now, Representative Cohen is a white man, but in Memphis, Tennessee, the district that he represents, it is a majority Black district, and Black folk decided that he should be in Congress and be their voice. When you look at what they are proposing to do in Georgia, where it's my understanding that they plan to go after Lucy McBath's seat yet again, when you look at the type of seat that Hank Johnson currently sits in, it is also a VRA district. When you look at the state that they started in, Texas, they decided to go after majority minority districts to the extent that two Black incumbents down in Houston just went head to head for a seat in which only one would survive. We know that there are currently debates taking place because Debbie Wasserman Schultz is now wanting to run in one of the few VRA districts that is left so that Black people can have representation. You see, the reason that y'all want to do this right now isn't because you're afraid that we are after a power grab. It's because you want to lock in this racist agenda for decades to come. Because that's exactly who this court is. This court is racist, this court is immoral, and this court lacks any semblance of ethics. The fact that this court just on last night decided that they want to go after yet another Alabama seat, and then they decided to throw out the votes of the voters in Louisiana because they decided that they wanted to go after yet another black seat in Louisiana. The fact that Virginia decided to stand up and fight back, and it was this same Supreme Court that decided, forget the will of the people and the fact that they voted, we're going to throw that out. This isn't what democracy is supposed to be. So let me be clear about a couple of things. Number one, the court absolutely needs to be expanded because it's been expanded in the past. And yes, it makes sense. If we have 13 circuit courts, then we should have 13 judges. But let's just pretend that the size of America was the same. Let's pretend that the complexity of the cases was the same as it was when we originally got the 9. Let's pretend all those things. I would still argue that it is time to not only expand the court, to introduce some form of ethics and to put term limits on, because you have bad actors like Mitch McConnell. This court was packed by the Republicans, and that is the reason you don't want it unpacked. You see, as a trained attorney, I don't understand how the very same court could say that in the state of Texas, 4 days before we were to have the end of filing, it is too close to the end of filing. And so therefore, we've got to go ahead and go forward with these intentionally discriminatory maps. And these are the words and the characterization of a Trump-appointed justice. It's got to be bad when a Trump-appointed justice decides that something is racist and is willing to call a thing and put it into writing. But they did that. They didn't just say it. They laid it out in an opinion that was more than 100 pages long. But this very same court will decide that after votes have been cast to throw those votes out. The reason that we need to do something about this court is because this court has decided that it will bend to the will of a wannabe king. We have never in the history of this country needed a court to say that absolute immunity should be given to a president, because historically we don't actually keep criminals in the presidency. We know that even after he had been found guilty by a jury of his peers, y'all went out and y'all wanted to say, yes, this is our guy. The same way that right now in the state of Texas for the Texas Senate race, I'm sure all of y'all will line up behind that criminal as well. So I don't want to hear about law and order. I don't want to hear about this is the right thing to do. Just be honest about what it is, because y'all are basically saying that we're stupid. You're playing in our faces. We know that this is about locking in this agenda because you will never do right by the people. The reason that we have elections is because the people are supposed to decide whether or not your policies are actually working. But because you have killed our economy, because we are sitting in the midst of an unconstitutional, unlawful war, because we have a president that is lining his pockets and the pockets of his friends and his families in violation of the Emoluments Clause and so many other laws. Y'all want to lock in absolute power by any means necessary. And the last thing that I'll say is I got to respect your gangster, because that's exactly how y'all are acting, like real gangsters. Y'all are mobbing out. And that's one reason that the Democrats are struggling right now, because they have always tried to play by the rules. I am here to say that I applaud the people of Virginia. I am here to say that I applaud the people of California. I am here to say that we need to meet fire with fire and fight y'all tooth and nail so that we can do right by the people.
Lady has expired.
And Matt, that's why I call them the extreme court.
I really like how she highlighted, the contradiction in some of the decisions that they've made. And I think, I don't have anything to add. I think she encapsulated it perfectly. But I think one thing that's important for people to remember is Congress is supposed to act as a check on the federal judiciary, right? That's why we have checks and balances. So when you see a federal judge say, hey, your weaponization fund is not legal, but then you see the Senate vote to set it up anyway, it's a both and situation. It's not only the problem that the Supreme Court has with some of its rulings, which I struggle with, because it sounds a lot often like they pick a destination and they try to make their legal ruling match that. And that's a difficult thing, but they are partisan. We're seeing that, and that's not supposed to be what's happening in courts. But the and part of that is Congress is supposed to be able to push back on that. So if a federal judge says this is not a legal fund is not constitutional, this fund being set up, Congress is not supposed to then go behind them and set it up through legislation or vote for it. So, people need to be mad at, I think, both of those, all three branches in this circumstance, but be mad at a Congress that is feckless, that will not stand up and say this is wrong. And in fact, we agree with that federal judge. These things have an interplay, and we got to be mad at both parts.
Wayne Cooney?
First off, I want to say that it's a travesty that we're losing my soror, Congresswoman Crockett in Congress. I mean, this woman is truly prolific and truly speaks truth to power. And I just can't believe we're losing a force like her, but I digress. I want to talk more about the race that's going on in Florida that she mentioned with Congresswoman Wasserman Schultz, because that's my district. It's District 20 down in Florida that Sheila Sherfleece McCormick was recently ousted from. This is a heavily contested seat, Roland, and a heavily contested race. In fact, Uncle Luke is running for that position. Former Mayor Dale Holness is running for this position. So it's a highly contested race, and I really think it's interesting the fact that Leader Jeffries actually withheld from giving Wasserman Schultz his endorsement. And that speaks volumes, because, again, we know Wasserman Schultz is actually a Democrat. She's a white woman, but she is a Democrat. But I think what the bigger message here that Congresswoman Crockett was trying to elucidate is that because the map has been carved up the way it has to be GOP friendly, we're seeing now a lot of people run in districts that have not historically been their districts, right? And Debbie Wasserman Schultz is an example of that. Of someone who's running in a majority minority district that has been historically represented by a Black lawmaker for over 3 decades. So this is really a historical seat that she's running for. And I want to make sure that we're paying attention to that, because Florida right now is really a state that we have to pay attention to, not only because of what we just saw earlier in the show with the gubernatorial race, right? We just saw that Mayor Deming stepped down from the race, but now we're seeing, okay, there's a real opportunity here for this majority Black district to be actually legislated by a non-Black person. And so that is concerning when you think about what representation really means in the state of Florida. And so I want to make sure that we're paying attention to that, not only because of the state of Florida, but the wider implications of what losing a Democratic seat will mean in Congress.
Michael?
Yeah, I agree with Representative Jasmine Crockett, and I'm sorry that we're losing her as well. But I agree with her analysis, and yes, the court should be expanded. We know that the number of Supreme Court justices has changed 7 times throughout history, and we know it was last changed in 1869. And in the 19th century, we also know that Congress changed the number of Supreme Court justices to fall in line with how many federal districts there were as well. So she said that, the 13 now. So yeah, we need to expand this, but the expansion will only happen after Trump leaves office and Democrats have to take back control of the House, the Senate, and the White House, because Republicans are not going to vote for this. People have to understand this. This is one of the consequences of the previous elections, and this is why voting is so important. That bill has to pass the House, the Senate, and be signed into law by a president to expand the courts. So, as we talked about before, Roland, and as we talked about how all this goes back to the 2016 election, I can't stress enough. I was covering this election on 9:10 a.m. WFDF here in Detroit, and I watched about 100 speeches that Trump did, as well as interviews with Trump supporters. And they said that election was about the Supreme Court and the federal court. And unfortunately, a lot of African Americans didn't understand that. And we are seeing the consequences of this right now.
All right, folks, let me tell you about Chapter. Now, if you're on Medicare or about to be, the system is not set up to work for you. Too much fine print, too many plans, and too many people making money off of your confusion. And look, we're used to this. We're no strangers to systems that don't have our best interests at heart. But we don't have to accept it when it comes to Medicare. That's why I'm telling you about Chapter. Their advisors are independent and honest. In fact, they're the only Medicare advisors that compare every plan nationwide. And they're focused on one thing: what works for you. If there's a better plan out there, they'll find it.
All right, y'all. So we wrapped up right there. I did want to go ahead and play just a little bit of additional after the end of that video, as far as when it comes to Medicare, because we do know within this administration and how they have things set up, people are being affected when it comes to their Medicare, like their Medicare and their health benefits. So Roland, shout out to Roland Martin's network. If you guys have not checked out that channel on that platform as well, please do so. One of the other things I really love about his channel is that he puts people on. And so you will see a lot of people on his panel that come up to speak that are intellectuals, that are people that are, informed when it comes to all of the different topics that he's talking about. And you'll see a new one all the time. But anyway, Imani, I'm going to let you go first, girl, because I know you have to go. It is very late there for you. Before we wrap up, what are your final thoughts, feelings, and opinions on this last topic that we've seen here in Jasmine Crockett?
Well, what I love about Jasmine is she came out swinging. And her argument is really that most of the legal and political battles are centered around a majority Black and minority voting districts. And she refers to states like Texas, Georgia, Alabama, Louisiana, and Florida. And she argues that Black representation is being challenged through redistricting and court decisions. And she believes that the current Supreme Court needs a major reform. And she talks about expanding the court, imposing ethics. My God, how can you not have a court that doesn't have ethics rules, and establishing term limits, most of which I agree with. And what she is criticizing is their inconsistent rulings on voting rights and democracy. And then the panel talks about beyond the court itself, the fact that Congress is supposed to act as a check on the judiciary, but they don't often do so. And really, the final thing that she's really talking about, or the final thing that people overlook, is Supreme Court seats. They don't come out of nowhere. They're shaped by the elections. And that is why the elections up and down the ballot are important. And the thing about it is, many of these decisions depend on voter turnout. Whether you agree with the politics or not, the decisions that are made, such as Supreme Court seats, depend on who sits in the House. So it's not just about judges. It's not just about power, voting, and representation. It's about the long-term consequences of elections. Who gets represented, who gets heard, and who gets to make decisions. That is why it is important to stay informed about all elections that are happening. And, finally, I just think, you need to share this information with people and stay informed and keep in touch with what's going on in the government. And really, what I would say in closing is that politics isn't sport. It's not about teams. It's not about sides, because it's about people. And real lives sit behind all these headlines, whether it's war, whether it's EBT, whether it's farmers. They're real lives that are being impacted. And mothers and fathers are trying to feed their children, veterans who are trying to get their benefits, families that are running from war, everyday people just trying to pay bills, and people wanting justice, and children simply just wanting to grow up safe and in peace. So we don't have to agree.
Oh no, your sound went out. Many things have been happening. Can you hear me, Imani? Your sound went out. I don't know if you hit mute, or I know you were saying you was working with some things because your devices or whatnot, having some issues. So you had to make some calls and things like that.
Stay,
Okay, you're back.
can you hear me?
Yes,
Can you hear
no,
me?
yes, yeah, I can hear
Yeah.
you now. But your
Yeah,
sound went out. So when it went
sorry.
out, we heard what you said. No, it's
Yeah,
not your
just
fault. It's okay.
we can challenge each other without being truth and speak um and speak truth to power and stay curious enough to ask questions, stay informed enough to challenge what's being decided for you, and stay humble enough to admit when we're wrong. And just keep the faith. I do believe things will get better. And stay blessed, everybody. And good night. I'm sorry, I've got to run to an IT meeting before I go to bed because they have got some important reports for me. So history is being rewritten every day, and we want to be there when the right history is written. We want people to know what we did when the chips were down, and that's globally because it's happening everywhere, not just in the United States. And I just got to say good night to you all, and thank you for joining, and thank you for sticking with us, and thank you for your support, whether you're actively in the chat or in the bushes. We appreciate you all and we love you all. And take care and good night, and I'll see you on the next one.
Thank you, Imani. I agree and I second that notion. So yeah, just a little bit of small final thoughts, y'all. It all ties in to piggyback off of what she said. This is the reason why we do this content. We know it's not very popular. We know it's not very interesting. And it's not maybe what everybody wants to see all the time. But it is very important. And it's important for us to pay attention to these things because they affect us. They affect us heavily. And so sometimes, because I've been in a position previously where we don't think it's important because we don't understand how important it affects us. And sometimes when you go to try and get information and find and learn what's going on, it could be difficult. It could be boring or, whatever the things. We try to bring it with a little bit of sauce, with a little bit of swag, with a little bit of entertainment too. So that way we all can learn together. We all can talk together. We all can, engage together when it comes to this because it is so very important. But we really do, like Imani said, appreciate the support from each and every person who comes to listen, whether you engage within the comments or in the chat, or if you just want to listen, just listen. That's okay. There's nothing wrong with that. Asher says, have been listening from work. Your content is very important, Golden. Thank you for that, Asher. I appreciate that. We just want to try to bring something a little bit different and give you a little bit of all of the things. Like we can be funny, we can get out of hand, but at the core, we have to talk about these important things. And shout out to, like I said, Jasmine Crockett, representatives such as Jasmine Crockett that are fighting the good fight and fighting it for the people. It's not about race all the time. It's about the people and what is good for them. And we need people that are strong, courageous, loud, fearless. Those are typically, the ones that are going to stand up and fight despite how hard it is. And she inspires me. She really does, because I feel like, I see what she has to go through. I see how they talk to her, how they try to cut her off. They can't get to the brink of the work because it's always some mess. So, all of those things that she experiences, we experience them in whatever places and spaces we may work. I know I experience here at this current time on YouTube. Y'all may experience it if y'all working in a dental office or you working at the retail store, wherever. We experience these things. And it stops you from really getting the good work done that you need to get done. So I shout out to her because she fights through it and she still is able to get things done and gets the point across. But the overall message that I want to leave y'all, honestly, for real, and I really want y'all to hear this. I know that there are things sometimes that come up here on this YouTube platform where you may have to take one side or the other. I wish we never had to take a side. That would be the way I would create the world. Sometimes we do. But overall, what is important is that we remember at the end of the day, we all are really the same. We're more alike than different than you know. And the division, the hate, racism, all of those kind of things. We've got to get to a point where we don't look at each other, treat each other, and see each other that way. There's nothing to fight over. There's really nothing to fight over. If we stand together, there's a lot to fight against. Things that are really going to disrupt and dismantle, and is already started to disrupt and dismantle our lives. So if we could stand together, we can fight against things. But I think, we really got to stop fighting each other. For real. It's tiresome. It's distracting. It takes our attention away from what we really need to focus on. It's not what we really want to do. It makes you feel like terrible inside, or at least for me. I can only speak for myself. But yeah, y'all. That's it. I ain't gonna hold you too much longer. It's already about 4 hours now, child. Y'all got to go and do what y'all gonna do. Thank you so much for coming in and spending time with me. I'm sorry. I'm sorry to keep y'all so long, but yeah, that's why we do this. This is important. We need to talk about the important stuff too. Every now and then we cut up and cut a fool. That's fun. But we got to focus on the important stuff because this is what really affects us in a major way, in a serious way. So y'all, shout out to V-Love just came in. What's up, V-Love? Shout out to Asher. Thank you, Asher, so much for coming in. You always come in. Shout out to Dropping the Tea. She always comes in. Shout out to Polo Sports. He always comes in. Scrolling up. I don't want to miss nobody. Let me make sure. Kim. I hadn't heard from Kim in a bit, but I'm glad Kim popped back in. Thank you so much. Shout out to 1-800 Brick City. Thank you so much for coming in as well. We hope y'all enjoyed the content. We appreciate all of your support and rocking with us and stuff. Oh, and Illy YJ 6244. Thank you. You popped in as well. Mom Star popped in. I'm scrolling up. Thank you so much for everyone who came and showed up. And everyone, even if you didn't come into the chat, and we know that your presence was here. We can feel that your presence was here. And we appreciate that just as much as well. So that's all I got to say on that, y'all. Per usual, I'm gonna end it with a bop, y'all. But we'll be back tomorrow. I think we may have some more political updates to get into, but we also have some history stuff coming up, some food stuff, celebrity stuff, a lot of different topics. You just never know what you're gonna get. But we're gonna go ahead and sign off and let y'all go. So thank y'all so much for that. I hope everyone has a great rest of the evening, afternoon, morning, night, and whatever respectful time zone you're in and what time you're on. I hope you have the rest of your day is great. And we will talk to y'all in the next one. So I'm gonna go ahead and end it with a bop, y'all. Let's go ahead and bop and talk to you. Bye. Golden out. Bye.
They handed us the script, but we don't gotta read it no more. Yeah. Same old story, different page. Same old ink on a different stage. Got my own people on the corner, pushing me closer to the edge with rage. Willie Lynch probably laughing in his grave. Seeing centuries later, we still enslaved. House divided, envy contagious. The blueprint still working. Ain't that outrageous? Yeah. Stack the odds, casino game. Bet against ourselves just to chase some fame. Another brother falls, everybody crying. Last week behind closed doors, they was quietly plotting, trying to dim his light cause his future too bright. Crabs in the bucket pulling down every flight. Generational wounds past, hand same prison when nobody thinks. Freedom ain't jewelry, freedom is soul. Can't buy liberation if your spirit been sold. We just echoes in the barrel, spinning circles every day. History whispers softly, but we keep looking away. They handed us the script, now we act in every part. Time to break the cycle, time to heal the broken heart. This ain't the dream they marched for, this ain't the future they just see. This whole thing was a setup, it's time we set ourselves free. Soaked with tears, same pain carried through the years, but we tear each other down for applause, temporary likes while nobody heals. Call you a sellout when you lead a block. Soon as success make the whole world stop, but the real betrayal ain't broke the flight. It's poisoning your people out of envy and spite. You're mad cause this watch gleam, mad cause our band gleam. Meanwhile the architects of the cage still counting money behind the scenes. Trap ain't poverty, the trap is division. The chains ain't visible, they're built from our decisions. We carry anger in our chests, years of trauma, years of stress, then pass it to our own bloodline. Instead of putting evil to rest, love became weakness, unity became strange, clout became currency. Everybody let the barrel finally break. Leave the hate where it belongs, for our children's sake. No more jealousy, no more self-destruction, no more borrowed hatred. It's unity or it's nothing. We free. We free. Soon they got people forgetting the sense of humor. That part. Every laugh ain't harmless. Every post ain't just jokes. Some people smiling online, crying in real life. Enough is enough. Enough is enough. Why you tearing people down for fun? Why? You don't know what they carry when the camera done. Broken souls throw stones, then hide they hands. Cowards in comment sections playing God again. Karma don't miss, karma don't miss. And healing's still possible too. So either spread love or watch life humble you. Yeah. YouTube streets messy, everybody got a target. Creators throwing dirt like hate became a market. Mocking people daily, that spirit look haunted. Tell me who raised y'all, this behavior garbage. Laughing at depression, exposing folks' trauma. Then act shocked when tragedy follow behind you. The evil energy, boomerang proper. Come on, pull up silent like a midnight robber. And honestly, do you watch my live? I talk truth, pain, growth, tears, real vibes. Not everybody built for the games online. Some folks want insult from losing their mind. That's facts, no cap. Y'all addicted to humiliation. Every live stream feel like public execution. Views over souls, cloud over humans. Then wonder why the whole world mentally ruined. Somebody mama damage people wake up daily, trying to damage others too. Enough is enough. Why you tearing people down for fun? Tearing them down. You don't know what they fighting when the live stream done. Let me go. Keyboard killers acting tough online. Whole time spiritually broken inside. Karma don't miss no. Karma don't skip souls either. Every hateful seed gon' meet the reaper. So to the hurt and bullied people, listen close. You matter more than these demons online. These chicks bitter, these dudes weird. Obsessed every day, like why you still here? Refreshing my page while pretending you don't care. Whole personality built off hate and fear. Talk slick online, real life timid. Broken inside, everybody can't feel it. Projecting they wounds while the comments all cheering. That ain't straight, baby, that sickness concealed. And I said what I said. Yeah, some of these creators need therapy bad. Not another live stream drag. Not another fake outrage cash grabs. Yeah. Y'all bully for a living. That's sad. Spirit look bankrupt, dusty and mad. And the people encouraging it just is trash. Laugh now. Karma got a long memory pad. Lord, cover the wounded. Cover the lonely heart. Cover the lonely heart. Cover the people crying silently in dark rooms. Teach us compassion again. Teach this world mercy again. Because words cut deep. So deep. And some people never recover. To everybody bullied online, you are not weak because you hurt. You are not crazy because you feel pain. And don't let these empty souls convince you your life got no value. The loudest bullies usually fighting demons they never healed from. That ain't an excuse, but it's the truth. And to the bullies, get help, seriously. This obsession with tearing strangers apart every day, that ain't normal. Enough is enough. We need love more than ever now. More than ever. Too many souls out here barely hanging on somehow. No more glorifying painful views. No more clowning her forever nude. No more mob attacks for entertainment. That darkness got consequences too. Karma don't miss. Karma don't miss. And healing still possible too. So either spread love or watch life humble you. Enough is enough. Spread love before it's too late. Yeah, before it's too late. They don't know her like I do. Nah. Golden. She moved through the city with her hair held high. Pretty brown skin with a storm inside. Everybody see the glow, they don't know the pressure. Smile so warm, but her heart no weather. Late nights riding while the skyline blurred. Trying not to cry when the memories occurred. Had to learn fast, everybody ain't loyal. Some people love you long as they control you. Now she move careful, energy expensive. Too many fake vibes hiding in the friendship. Used to give love with her hands wide open. Now every scar got the whole vibe frozen. They don't know her like I. No, they don't know. She goes by golden, soft voice, deep soul, hope or glowing. She goes by golden. City lights dancing with her heart stay open. Long dark roads, but she still stay focused. Everybody watching, but they don't really know her. Like golden. Too much grace with the games they throwing. Real love, rare, so spirits they got it. Beautiful soul, but the pain left marks in it. Mirror tell the truth when the lights go dim. All the things you should carry weight heavy with them. within. She survived nights she don't even speak on. Still finding peace what the whole world ain't wrong. Funny how the love disappear when you're healing. Funny how the fate come around when you win. Now she trusts God more than people intend. Just cause smiles hot and being hidden in the deep. She's still soft-hearted but she way less naive. Can't keep pouring love where there's nothing received. Still dancing slow through the hurt and confusion. Trying not to lose herself chasing illusions. She survived the fire. Still glowing through the smoke. Still still dangerous. Still chosen. She goes back golden. So deep make the whole room notice. Every lies couldn't break what was chosen. Still standing tall while the whole world folding. She goes back golden. Heartbreak turned to pen cinematic. Now the tears got rhythm when she's singing. And they still don't know her like that. They still don't know her like that. Spend too much time looking for love in strangers. Spend too much time. Spend too much time letting outside voices shake the mirror. But at the end of the night, when the lights fade, when the city cried, when the tears dried, we still got